station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Sigh of relief for a lot of people. I get it. Eagles, they handle their business. They beat the Packers, and they move on to the divisional round of the playoffs, and we'll find out who the opponent is tonight. But you know that we're going to unpack it all day today on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas. The Eagles are moving on. Yesterday in South Philly, the Birds beat the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round of the NFL playoffs. Now they get ready to host a divisional round game next weekend and get one step closer to Super Bowl 59. Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good playoff victory Monday, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, I know I did pregame yesterday, but it is good to be back inside One Bala Plaza, baby.
I'm glad to see you, and glad you're feeling a lot better.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better,
We're glad to have you back. We missed
after
you.
the Eagles win yesterday, man.
It was a wild day at the ball yard.
Yeah, you were there.
A wild complex yesterday as fans got going. I thought it was very tame when I first arrived. And then by the time the kickoff came, it was a zoo.
Oh, well,
so that was good
man.
because it really didn't seem like it early, and then it really broke into it.
It got there. We did the show at Xfinity Live yesterday, and just
which I
walking
heard was
the lot.
mayhem.
It was packed.
That's
People
what I
were
heard.
ready to go for that game.
Good.
You had that moment about an hour and a half before kickoff where the people that were there before the game that were going, they stood up, they left. It looked like it got a little quiet, and then all of a sudden,
Here come the new
whoosh,
people.
All the Eagles fans came in to watch the Eagles beat the Packers last night, 22-10 in the wild card round of the playoffs. And look, there is a lot to unpack today. There is a lot to celebrate. There are some things to question. So first, let's just get probably the biggest thing that we should celebrate other than just the win itself. That defense from week 6, post-bye week, from week 6 until the end of the season, and now this playoff game against the Green Bay Packers, there's been a couple of blips of bad moments. The blip in the fourth quarter against the Commanders when the offense, by the way, could not score as many touchdowns that they needed to score. The Eagles defense forced 5 turnovers in that game, and they couldn't win. You can only keep a team down for so long, which we'll get into later on in the show about yesterday's game. But the Eagles defense, John, since week 6, there's a reason why they're the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL. They've been spectacular.
Absolutely amazing performance yesterday. And it was one of the things that obviously gave you and others very good confidence that nothing was going to happen bad yesterday because of the way that defense was playing. They were blanketing folks. The only thing they couldn't do yesterday was seem to handle that little sideline pass where they were getting 5 yards every single time they tried it for the most part. Other than that, they were amazing yesterday.
Yeah, good luck trying to throw it downfield. It was intercepted.
And we'll get into it later, until Nakobe Dean left the game, and then passing got a hell of a lot easier.
Right, which could be a major
we'll talk
loss.
all about that.
And it's something that we will definitely discuss.
Sure.
So, look, kudos to the defense.
Really
kudos to
amazing
the
job.
Eagles, right? Regardless of how the game looked for a lot of people, and regardless of it being a 22-10 victory when it felt like it could have been more like 30-10, the Eagles win. It's a playoff game. You lose, you go home. The Green Bay Packers are going to Cabo. The Philadelphia Eagles are staying in Philadelphia and preparing for the divisional round of the playoffs, and it's going to be the winner of tonight's game between the Vikings and the Rams. But obviously...
And we'll get into all that today.
Oh, we will. But obviously there is a major question that we will discuss today with you at 610-632-0975, either on the text line, the phone line. We will read tweets. We will check out our emails. And, man, speaking of tweets, there were a lot of them yesterday. What did you make of Jalen Hurts' performance last night? And the follow-up to that is, did they survive an ugly Jalen half and more, right, half plus, or was that kind of more the same? So, Johnny, I'll tell you right away. Jalen Hurts did not have the greatest game yesterday.
Thank you for clearing that up for all of us.
13 of 21, 131 yards, 2 touchdowns. And I know somebody might say, well, that's kind of what it's been like. They've been running the football. He's been a game manager. He's been efficient. Well, yesterday he wasn't efficient.
No, he
Early
wasn't.
on, his first drive, the touchdown pass to Jahan Dotson, the second drive where he's completing passes, I started thinking, all right, there is no rust. Like he's finding these receivers left and right. And then he just went through a long period of time where he wasn't getting a completion.
How about 2 quarters without a completion?
Yeah, that's a
How about
long period of time.
How about going an NFL quarterback with Saquon Barkley, these receivers, and that offensive line, which, by the way, the offensive line's not getting off the hook, at least for me. They did not have a good game yesterday. I'm tired of hearing that spin. Everybody just assumes the offensive line's great. No, they weren't yesterday.
Well, that first play for Dotson,
They were not.
7 seconds.
That was
great.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
That is more the anomaly yesterday than it was what was the norm. They were not having a great day. But to me, how do you go 2 quarters of a game without having a completion?
Yeah.
That and I don't put that before everybody thinks it's just piling on Jalen. I don't put it all on Jalen.
Oh, no, there's a million people
I
to
put it on offensive line. I put it on Kellen Moore.
Yep.
I put it on easy throws and even the quick throws, like the Dallas Goedert touchdown. That was a quick throw. They had to get it. He audibles.
He checked
at
into
the
it.
line.
Great play.
And then he almost throws it right past him.
Yep.
Goddard saves his ass on that one. That was a great catch by Goddard.
Now, part of that could have been the rust factor that people were worried about.
And it could be, and it could be something that, as far as rust, that people underestimated. Overall, I'm not sounding the alarm, but I'm absolutely disappointed in that performance yesterday from the Eagles offense.
Yeah, it wasn't a good, it wasn't a good day.
Saquon's fantastic.
Yes, he
let's
is.
just
Of
do that
course he
without.
is.
Let's do that without anything. And Saquon, yes, when there's gambling in the NFL too, fans were a little upset yesterday when Saquon decided to slide.
Hey, man, he just wanted that game to end, and I appreciate that.
It would have ended either way. 68,000 people were like, "Thanks, Saquon."
Yeah, but you know what? Defense didn't have to go back out there one more time.
Oh, come on.
So the Eagles win yesterday, and that
Yes.
should be celebrated. But, yeah, the offensive performance was not good. Now,
No.
I think a lot of people did kind of fear that or maybe expect that because Jalen Hurts had not played since the first quarter of that Commanders game. Obviously, he misses 3 quarters of that game and,
Sure.
and the final 2 games of the regular season. But I think there's worry and fear and then actually seeing it that might bring people to a certain boiling point of total panic. Because we even said it before the show started. If you have a performance like that offensively against a team like the Lions,
You're not
then
winning.
Then you're not going to win. And this season is about getting back to the NFC Championship game and hopefully getting back to the Super Bowl. This season was not about winning a wild card round
Correct.
and hanging a banner about that because you won the division as well. This season is about much bigger things, especially when you have a 10-game winning streak. But I'm not panicking
Well, no, there's
because
no
of the
reason.
offensive performance yesterday.
There's no reason to panic. And I don't believe that, like if the Rams come in here, you're not having a defense that can do that to you. The Packers defense was just behind the Eagles in almost every statistical category.
Yeah, they are a good defense.
They're
Yeah.
really good defense. They put up some great numbers all year long. But to me, there is what's more concerned is that a lot of the things that we saw of the Eagles over the course of the year offensively reared their ugly head again. And something that we will talk about all day long. If you were in the stadium, you see it more than you see it on TV. A.J. Brown does not look right.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown was not getting his usual separation. And everyone was like, where are the quick throws to A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown was not getting – now, maybe that was a performance by the Packers. I don't watch them enough, so I don't know whether that's common for them to be able to cover that well. A.J. did not look like the – let's put it this way, the force that he usually is, so that knee may be a lot worse than we know about.
Maybe. Could be. And that's why he popped up on the injury report earlier in the week. And I said to you guys when I called it on Friday, I wasn't worried about it popping up. I just wanted to see how it looked in game. And to your point, they did show a few moments on the broadcast.
Right.
Like, here's A.J. not getting open at times. So, look.
It didn't look like his normal game. And again, it wasn't a trash performance.
No.
But everyone's like, why is A.J. not getting catches? A.J. wasn't getting separation yesterday like normal.
Right, because there might be something.
But it was still a fine overall. I love the fact that Jalen Hurts didn't turn the ball over.
Right, so
Like, to me, that's a big headline.
Like, that's the thing. Jalen Hurts did not really play that great of game yesterday. But you know what could have been worse? 20 of 33, 212, 3 interceptions. That was Jordan Love's game yesterday.
And that is what happens. That's what happens with quarterbacks that don't know how to protect the football.
Yep.
I'll take that every day of the week.
Absolutely.
And take my chances with this defense, as I know our man Connor Thomas will be bragging on later today.
So, of course, the big picture for this Eagles team is getting back to the NFC Championship game, hopefully winning it and getting to the Super Bowl. I get it. But let's unpack today's game or yesterday's game. All show today. You can text us, call in 610-632-0975. What did you make of the performance by Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense? That's like the big hard-hitting question.
Sure.
But of course, let's celebrate the great. And the great was that defense yesterday. The great has been that defense since October, man. So coming up next, John Kincade was in the building yesterday. Johnny, from the couch, I could tell that the crowd was jazzed up at times and also concerned at times. We'll go inside the building with John Kincade next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sixers All Access, a preview of tonight's game.
On a victory Monday morning following the wild card round of the playoffs where the Eagles beat the Packers 22-10. Victory Mondays presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nobaybryant.com. Now,
I love
Johnny,
how you make it a Victory Monday presented by.
Yeah,
Not just a football money, a victory money.
Well, here's the thing, John.
Underlining it.
They've won, 13 of their last 14 games?
We've had some really good Mondays.
I might as well term it a victory
Absolutely.
Mondays from here on out.
Absolutely.
So you were in the building yesterday.
Yes.
I was watching the game from the couch, and I could tell that when that Oren Burks hit happened, the pop, I was putting my producer cap back on or my sound engineer cap back on. It was so loud, I think they had to pull down the fader of the crowd noise so that you could actually still hear Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady. Obviously, the interceptions, the crowd pops. So tell me about the highs and how it was inside the Link, but also tell me about the lows, because I could get the sense, especially late in that second quarter, early parts of the third quarter, it seemed dead at times.
It got dead. It got dead because as cocky and confident as people want to say, the game was fine. They were in total control. They weren't.
Yeah, some thought that.
They weren't. They weren't. And that game was way too close. And you could tell it because the Eagles took their own fans out of the game yesterday. The Eagles offense failing to sustain drives. The Eagles offense once again deciding to just go away from the run and just get pass happy.
That was weird.
Made no sense. Made no sense at all. And the building got quiet. And it was really quiet. There was that anxiousness in the building where you just feel tension. It's a playoff game, so you're always going to have that too.
Of course.
But at 10-0, that place was a party ready to explode. And then the Eagles took themselves out of it with one of the craziest the game plan made no sense to me. And by the way, that didn't do any favors for Jalen. That didn't do any favors for this team trying to succeed.
Right.
And I didn't understand it, especially when AJ wasn't looking like AJ. So it got quiet. Then the defense was the one that was the reason they were making all the noise. And there was a giant exhale when Dallas Goedert scored his touchdown.
Oh, jeez.
Which was a disrespectful thing to another man.
Two stiff arms.
That was awesome.
2 stiff arms on one play. Two, John.
It was. I look at that as it was more of a giant exhale than it was, damn, that was great. It was everybody going, oh, thank God, we're up again. And then Jake Elliott comes in and misses a.
Yeah, dude. And that was Shankosaurus.
Come on, Jake.
Like, dude, that wasn't even freaking close. This guy, and look, he ended up hitting some big field goals down the stretch. So I will tip my cap
ones
to
that
him.
he should.
But
I mean, seriously, ones that he should. If you got a guy off the street today, he should have made those field goals that he made yesterday. I mean, come on, Jake.
I said to you on Friday when I called in, I feel very, very comfortable with every area of this football team. I just ask the Eagles to not have any field goal situations. It is if it's 4th and 4 in a go for it area,
sure,
you're going for it at this point. And yesterday proved that once again. He did make a couple field goals down the stretch to continue to expand the lead, to eventually make it. It was still a 1-score game.
Yes, it was.
It was a 2-score game.
But it was 9 points. There was a lot of nervous. One play in that building and it changes.
Yeah, absolutely.
One play and everything shifts.
All right, so throughout the show, we will definitely celebrate the highs because, look, they are moving on.
Sure.
But by the looks of social media yesterday, and you mentioned it, by the sound of the crowd at times yesterday.
And I did the Fanatic Twitter feed, and believe me, from the sound on there, too.
There were a lot of concerned Eagles fans. So hear from Nick Sirianni next. Hear from Jalen Hurts next on what they made of the performance. And you mentioned it, the game plan. We'll discuss that as well because Kellen Moore made some questionable decisions yesterday, and you already said it. Going away from the run game was something that I don't know how you can answer to that. I'm looking forward to this week's Kellen Moore press conference.
Are you really?
Yeah, because I need to hear what the hell were you doing? It is Kincade and Salciunas on a victory playoff Monday. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles advance. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have advanced to the divisional round of the NFC postseason picture with a 22-10 win over the Green Bay Packers. The Birds forced 4 turnovers in the game as the defense clearly made their mark in this one. Jalen Hurts in the offense, though, well, they had some struggles moving the football at points. Nick Sirianni talked about correcting things ahead of their next postseason matchup.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. We made errors as coaches and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
So we'll see if they can correct that before this coming Sunday at 3 p.m., the time for their next game. We don't know the opponent yet. The Eagles will play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game, and they'll also have to overcome a big defensive injury with Nakobe Dean getting carted off with what appeared to be a serious knee injury in the game. The Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night in Orlando. The bigger news from them, a change in their new arena plans. Now the news is they will be staying in South Philadelphia, building a new stadium at the sports complex rather than moving to Center City. Flyers-Panthers tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew DeCecco will join us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. This update is also brought to you by Cordell & Cordell. Cordell, a domestic litigation firm, is a partner you can count on. Call 866-323-7529 or visit CordellCordell.com. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.5 The Fanatic's YouTube channel.
Watch the live stream.
Live on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a victory Monday morning. Don't forget that part of it. All right, a little bit different in the playoffs. And you win, you move on. If they lost yesterday, we would be freaking out and the season would be over. They won.
They won. They took care of business.
We can talk about how things need to get better, right? Like the offense must play better in the next round of the playoffs. They must play better if they get to a championship round with the Detroit Lions. That is also true. But the Eagles win yesterday.
Correct. We're talking about yesterday's game.
Right.
We have all week to talk about looking forward, about where we're going to be at. We don't even know who they're playing yet.
No, we find that out tonight.
Because now my Monday night is going to be staying up till all the
damn right is Johnny. It's that time of the year.
Come on,
nothing better.
No, I wanted. It's weird. I wanted sleep last night, and that game didn't go sideways, so I couldn't go to bed. And then I'm saying to myself, well, I want sleep Monday night, but I didn't want the Bucks.
Yeah, that's been your boogeyman.
I am gone.
For
I am glad.
now.
I'm glad the Bucks are gone.
And they're gone.
Very much like Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl, it was Baker Mayfield with a fumbled handoff that caused the difference in the game.
Yeah, kind of a fluky play.
That was it.
Absolutely.
Fluky play lost the game.
All right. Speaking of Jalen Hurts, you're going to hear from him and Nick Sirianni coming up momentarily. But let's talk to the people a little bit as well, because I'm curious to see how people are feeling this morning, right? By the looks of social media yesterday, which we'll talk about at some point during the show, it was a rough day for a lot of Eagles fans. But I do wonder, waking up now, realizing, okay, that's done. It's over with. They won. They move on. Maybe Jalen Hurts was just rusty. It was his first game back after a while. Maybe people are feeling a little bit better this morning. So let's talk to the people. John, you can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Now, I want to go to this call because I don't get this sense. But let's go to Seth in Philly. What's up, Seth?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
What's
Hi,
up,
Seth, buddy. What's up?
I'm good. It's a victory Monday. I'm a little disappointed in you, John.
About what?
I didn't want to start the day off like this. We could have saved the offensive slow starts and the negativity, anything but where we starting off right now. It's a victory Monday.
Seth, we talked about at least 10 things I mentioned that were positive in the first segment.
Yeah, I don't think John has come off negative at all,
That's
Seth.
ridiculous. I am not going to blow sunshine up your skirt and tell you that Jalen Hurts had a great game. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to tell you that the offense was good yesterday when they weren't. I'm going to tell you the truth, and I told a bunch of other things that were very positive about the game, and we led with them too. So stop it. Stop it right now.
All right. It's a victory Monday. We're all in a good mood. That's all we need.
I wasn't until your call, Seth. I got to be honest with you.
Oh, I love you guys.
You're the man, Seth.
I just wanted to bring some positivity. Victory Monday. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think John, you've been negative.
Guess what, though? I am not going to sit here and kiss the Jalen Hurts people that are like, don't criticize Jalen for anything and don't criticize the offense is good. I am not going to kiss your backside this morning. I'm not going to do that. There's plenty to do. You can be objective and be a huge fan and be really, really happy today. It says there's a lot to be happy about, but there's a hell of a lot that has to be worked on.
Yeah, and in the same breath, you can also
line,
say, I expect them to be better next week, right? Like,
it depends on the opponent, and I got to look at what the opponent is. I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you right now, if it's Minnesota's defense, I worry about what Minnesota's defense. If Green Bay's defense can do that, Minnesota's defense can do that to you. But I also think Sam Darnold would be interesting.
well, yeah, that would definitely be interesting, especially after the big performance that he had last week. It was not a big performance. It was horrible in a game where they wanted to try to beat the Lions. All right, here's Jalen Hurts himself. He spoke to the media after the game yesterday, and he was asked about the lulls in the offense, and he talked about that.
It was execution. It was rhythm. We got to find our rhythm early in the game. And, I think first and foremost, our defense played their tails off, created turnovers. And I think when you have those opportunities, you got to take advantage of them. And that starts with me.
So, look, he talks about the rhythm and got to find the rhythm, right? I am willing to say that rhythm was probably not there because it had been some time. Now, I said to you guys a lot last week and on the pregame show yesterday, Connor, that I was not worried about the rust factor. And I seemed right early on. Throws the beautiful touchdown pass to Jahan Dotson.
I don't know, honestly, have you ever seen a quarterback that, in your mind, in a playoff game, have that much time, especially in the red zone?
No, you're
to
right.
stand there and watch and watch and watch and watch. And then he doesn't drill the ball in there either. It's a perfect throw. He just takes the time.
Yeah.
Throws it in there, tosses it across.
Zero panic
makes it easy.
whatsoever.
It was perfect.
And how many times have we seen happy feet, Jalen? There was no happy feet.
No,
He stood in the pocket that was created for 7 seconds by that offensive line.
It was absolutely perfect.
And then the second drive, they come out. He completes the next. His first pass on that next drive was the 10-yard pass to A.J. Brown. And I'm going, all right, there's no such thing as Russ. Jalen Hurts, this guy, he's knocked it off. 4-yard pass complete. Another pass complete. It just unfortunately didn't get the first down. He gets a couple of more completions in that third drive they had. And then we didn't see a completion for 2 quarters.
Right.
So,
I mean, 2 quarters of a game. And
so is that rust or is that Green Bay made an adjustment? Like what?
I think it's Green
what
Bay.
is that?
I think it's Green Bay made an adjustment, and I also think that the offensive line was losing the battle on at least half the snaps. They weren't. That was game. It looks like the offensive line had a little bit of rust. A little bit of rust. They were getting owned yesterday. They were getting owned on way too many plays.
Until the second half when they said, let's start running the football.
They are what they are.
Right.
Now, what's crazy to me is why they ever wander away from what they are.
And we'll get to that in a second. Here's Jalen Hurts. He was then asked, did the lulls have anything to do with not playing over the course of 2 weeks?
Do you think that lack of rhythm or struggling at that point was due to, just not playing for 3 weeks?
No.
What do you attribute it to?
I have to watch the film.
I mean, look, again, I do think some of it was Green Bay's defense. They are a good defense.
The Green Bay's defense
you gotta
is
expect
fantastic.
that some of it was also just rust.
I honestly, I don't know that I can put it to Russ, because what? Did Russ show itself in the second quarter and not the first? Like, to me, you know what I mean? It's like, where did Russ? I think it was stupid play calling.
It could be.
That got them out of that. And that also, by the way, that's also play calling that absolutely disrupts Jalen Hurts getting into a flow.
Right, and that's the key. And here's Nick Sirianni talking about having to correct the tape, but there's something specific that he mentions in this answer that we will then discuss.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. If we play on a Saturday, then their day off has to be tomorrow. We'll find a way to get the corrections to them and review that on a Tuesday. But if we play on Sunday, we're coming back to work. We're going to get our lift in. We're going to correct the things that we need to make as coaches. We made errors as coaches and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed, because all that matters is the next game, and all that matters for that next game is that we get better from the things that happen in this game and repeat the stuff that we did well from this game.
Now, he says stuff about coaches every single week, right? He does it every single week because he never wants to put blame on one specific person or one group. But when he mentions coaches, we have to focus strictly on Kellen Moore. I don't know why they went away from the run.
I can't wait to hear the explanations for it. And by the way, Nick Sirianni gave me none yesterday. Gave me none. And to me, that's disappointing. There's that game plan made no sense yesterday. It didn't make any sense.
First play from
you know
scrimmage.
how Kellen Moored up I've
know
been.
you are.
I am so disappointed right now in him and the plans. I just don't see it. And the motion is a bunch of BS motion.
Right.
The motion is just.
Well, sometimes it's just give Jalen information.
But the motion is nothing. The motion doesn't keep the other defense off its heels, get them wondering. They don't do anything with the guys in motion.
Right.
It makes no sense.
So first play from line of scrimmage, 16-yard run.
Right.
All right, the ground game's there. 1-yard run, and then the touchdown pass to Dotson. And then it's run, pass, and then it's just a string of passes, just nonstop. And I get it. What
were they saying on the broadcast? What was Brady saying?
What was he saying about the play calling? Because it had to confound everybody, because the whole building is this whole city is in love with Saquon Barkley.
At one point in the second quarter, Saquon had like a 4 or 5 yard run. They were like, there's Saquon. We haven't called his name in a while.
Did you see what the building did? Could you
was
hear
it a Bronx cheer?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like when Jake made the field goal after the missed extra point.
Right.
It was like everybody in the whole building and the guys in front of the press box. By the way, you guys in front of the press box are freaking awesome, because we can hear everything you bitch and complain about, and they're just going, give him the damn ball. Give Saquon the damn ball.
Yeah, it was strange.
This isn't hard.
And then also in the second half, They got back to it.
Saquon would have run for 150, 160 yesterday, easy, even without his final slide.
Right.
That would have been for 200.
Right,
Would have been
exactly.
like the Rams game.
I don't know why you go away from it. And it also it's like you said earlier, it allows Jalen Hurts to get into a flow. It
Can't
allows
understand
him to
it.
feel more comfortable. The guy didn't play in 3 weeks. What were we doing yesterday? All right. Coming up next, we'll check the text line at 610-632-0975. Also, we have one non-game moment to discuss yesterday.
Oh, okay.
It happened during the game, but not between the white lines. To read or not to read, John? That is the question. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows no matter where you go.
victory Monday morning after the Eagles beat the Packers last night 22-10. We have celebrated the highs, and of course we've talked about the struggles offensively. Not all on Jalen Hurts.
No,
we
it's
talked
not
about
all
the game
on him.
plan by Kellen Moore. It was an odd game plan yesterday. They never seemed to really get into a flow. Obviously, when Jalen Hurts is 39 passing yards going into halftime, like that.
Yeah, no, we had 39 late in the third quarter.
That's insane, dude. Like that is an insane number.
Because because of this nonsense. I mean, I do not understand it. Like, I don't understand what Kellen Moore was doing yesterday.
No, it was weird, but thankfully,
unless he's the Dallas sleeper cell.
No, he's not doing that.
Because I hope not.
Thankfully, the defense was ridiculous yesterday.
Boy, they were awesome.
And they will continue to be ridiculous throughout this playoffs. But at some point, the opponent might not score just 10 points. They might score 20 to 25.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
And you're going to have to score a little bit more than 22.
I'd imagine the Detroit Lions at home are not going to have a problem putting up 24 points.
Yeah, not 40.
Not 40, but they're not
35.
They're not going to have a problem putting up 24 at home.
Right. There are better offenses, but yesterday you were able to take care of business against the Packers. I do feel bad at times when you're watching players drop like flies. They lose Christian Watson earlier in the week, of course, of the season-ending injury, but Jaden Reed goes down, Romeo Doubs goes down. Their offensive line was filled with duct tape. I mean, it was crazy what was happening to Green Bay yesterday.
It was. Has anyone done a wellness check on Kevin Cooney either?
I'm not sure.
Because Kevin Cooney yesterday was like, I swear to you, Kevin, I hope you're not rooting for Nick Sirianni to fail, to try to be right. But our man Kevin Cooney's like, oh, I heard Kevin going, so is this the referendum on this game leading up to the Green Bay game? Is this the referendum on Nick Sirianni? I'm like, come on now. And then yesterday when it was struggling, it was like, everybody's worried. Come on. The Eagles were in control of that game, but it was far from over. They were just keeping it way too close.
Oh, well, we'll discuss about how we felt at halftime coming up later on in the show. But obviously there was one moment that didn't involve actual play that we will discuss because there were a lot of people, some up in arms, some laughed at it. I kind of more so laughed at it. But A.J. Brown was caught on the sideline yesterday reading a book, John. And I don't know if I've ever seen that, like that locked in on a book.
Okay.
I don't know if have you guys seen something like that? We've seen funny things. We've seen hot dogs being eaten by quarterbacks, right?
I've seen him with the book on the sideline. He's had the book before.
Right.
But I've never seen him sitting there like reading it like that. But as they showed in postgame, he's got it highlighted. He's got stuff underlined. It's something that he uses.
It's motivational.
And guess what? Who gives a damn? He's A.J. Brown, for God's sakes.
Thank you. So A.J. Brown was asked a lot about it after the game yesterday. Here he is talking about the book itself.
That's a book that I bring every single game. And, my teammates call it a recipe. That's the first time I heard that y'all got me on camera. But that's not the first game. It got a lot of points in there. It's a lot of mental game, a lot of mental parts about it. And, because for me, this game is mental. I physically believe I can do anything and everything, but, I got to make sure I'm mental good. So it's something like how I refresh every drive, regardless of if I score a touchdown or I drop a pass. I always go back to that book every drive and just refocus and nothing matters, nothing happens, and just relog back in. But,
So
I love that answer.
It was great. It was great.
And if you don't like that, I don't know what.
Now, here's the problem.
Okay, what's the problem?
The problem is he says that's the first time you guys got me on camera. And he's not talking about the local media. He's talking about he's talking about a broadcast.
Right. And it's not the first time he's had this book. And I verified that with people that are on the sideline. He has carried this book before.
The problem is Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady then do the whole, you think A.J. Brown might be a little bored, one target, or they start doing the whole, why is he reading the book? And so,
well, no, that's a fine question to ask. It was an odd thing. I mean, it's odd to see someone reading a book on the sideline.
Right, but maybe he needed to read a page
I'm glad he does.
That keeps him in the moment. The Inner Excellence, which is the title of the book.
A.J. Brown does not. I heard people saying, well, he should be, saw the comments. He should be looking at an iPad.
I know. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people took exception to it.
What the hell are you talking about? A.J. Brown should be looking at an iPad. What do you think he's missing? By the way, he wasn't getting separation yesterday.
Yeah, that's
what it was more about. And he's not getting separation looking at the iPad.
Right.
For God's sakes.
And he's not all of a sudden going to get cleared looking at an iPad. But then he followed up with this. He was asked, He was just asked more about the book, and just take a listen to his answer. I love it.
Were you frustrated when you were reading the book? No, I was not frustrated at all. I figured that's what y'all probably thought. I wasn't frustrated. Why y'all always think I'd be frustrated? Like, dang, I read the book. I read the book. Yeah, I like to read. So,
and he does.
Why do you guys always think I'm frustrated?
By the way, and I can tell you, it's not the only book he has in his locker. I can tell you that. And there are a lot of players in that room who don't have books in their locker. So it's not like A.J. Brown is. It's not like A.J. Brown's reading freaking coloring books.
Right.
And
I don't think you can read coloring books.
Oh, you can.
There's words in coloring books.
There's words in coloring books.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I haven't seen one in a while.
Cooper's for
I don't
you.
know.
I'm going to see. It'll be like the red fire truck.
Yeah, and you color in the
and
red
you color
with red.
in the red fire truck put out.
That's fair. That's on me.
And to me, it's like the last thing I'm worried about is A.J. Brown. For God's sake.
But there were a lot of people that took exception with it. Just don't let anybody.
I'm worried about his knee. That's what I'm worried about.
Don't let anybody in the media try to stir this up as to something that it isn't.
Now, the thing is, though, I do not. I'll tell you this, and I've known him for 20 years. I know that Kevin Burkhardt's not that guy.
No, I don't think so.
So when they're asking the question, they're asking the question that I think is very valid. Looks a little bored there on the sideline, which it was. It was strange.
It was a weird game plan yesterday. Connor, what do we have on the text line this morning? We've taken calls, but what do we have on the text line? It's the same number, 610-632-0975. Overall reaction to yesterday's win, a playoff game in which the Eagles won and will be moving on to host the divisional round of the playoffs. But, of course, our main question today is what did you make of the performance of the offense? Not just Jalen Hurts, but the offense. What do we got?
Yeah, so Bob and Dub C will lead us off today, and he said the Eagles line moved to 5.5 at game time. They won by 12, so we should move on. That's a comfortable playoff victory compared to that margin, and the Packers are a good team. It's time to just enjoy the win and move on to next week.
Well, look, I felt comfortable at halftime. We'll get into this. We've teased it a couple of times, but you can't do the final score thing they covered.
You cannot do that. No, you cannot.
There's the story of the game itself.
And it is not. Just enjoy the win and move forward. No, you have to look at what's wrong.
Yeah.
You have to look at what's been going on.
You heard the head coach say it.
It's just, there's things that were wrong about yesterday. Don't be Pollyanna. Don't be like, there's nothing wrong. They won by 12. Oh, my gosh. People are overreacting. No, it was not. That should have been at 10-0. That game should have ended up 31-14.
I said 30-10 earlier today, yeah.
Something like that. It didn't. And there's reasons that it didn't. And most of them were self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah, and look, which they can correct because they are a great football team. They went 14-3. But our jobs are not to just come in here today and say, hey, they won.
Right.
What's next?
What insight is that? What discussion is that? Everything's great. They're fine. What are you worried about? There's things that are positive. There's things that are negative. And by the way, a hell of a lot more positive.
Absolutely. And here's what's next. What's next is you watch tonight's game between the Vikings and Rams, and then you discuss what do they need to do better from yesterday against their upcoming opponent. Like, we can't just sit here and go, hey, they won, that's it, let's go to bed. All right, we still got 3 more hours of radio to do here, people.
Man, I love it.
All right, coming up next, we reset today's show. We hear from you. And how about the wild card victory montage? You'll hear how it sounded yesterday. It was a lot of fun, considering that the Eagles won, beating the Packers yesterday 22-10. You'll hear how it sounded on Fox yesterday. Coming up next on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles defense balls out. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles have advanced to the divisional round of the NFC postseason with a 22-10 win over the Green Bay Packers. The Birds defense forced 4 turnovers in the game. They clearly left their mark on this one. But on the offensive side of the ball, it was a bit of a struggle. Jalen Hurts' first action in a while looked all right, and Nick Sirianni talked about correcting some of the mistakes.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. We made errors as coaches, and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
They'll also have to overcome a big defensive injury with linebacker Nakobe Dean getting carted off what appeared to be a serious knee injury. We'll keep you updated on the news on him. The Eagles will play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game in the second round. The Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night. The bigger news yesterday from them was a change in their new arena plans. Now the news is they will be staying in South Philadelphia, building a new stadium at the sports complex rather than moving to Center City. Flyers-Panthers tonight at 7 from the Wells Fargo Center. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 a.m. hour. This update is driven by Gary Barbera. Is Gary Barbera the best? Boy, I guess. Yo, the hottest SUV at the auto show. You saw it. Now buy it at Barbera 16666. Is Barbera on the Boulevard the best? Boy, I guess. I'm Connor Thomas for the Sixers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Sixers All Access. A preview of tonight's game. Coming up tonight.
Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on a victory Monday. Eagles beat the Packers last night 22-10 in the wild card round of the playoffs.
And you're
So,
chipper this morning, for God's sake. You
dude,
really are.
Great.
I love it.
I feel great. Now, I slept for like 5 straight days, but I feel great.
You did.
And I did not worry at halftime. And we'll talk about that more in the 7 o'clock hour. But this team is just so freaking good and so sound defensively that I did not see Jordan Love on the road coming from behind of a 10-point deficit in the second half. I just didn't see it. And at that point, at halftime,
I don't think you were outlandish to think that it wasn't likely to happen.
Right. And at halftime, remember, their starting right tackle is out for the rest of the game. Right before halftime, they benched his replacement. So they went with their third They were so down on their backup right tackle that before halftime, they didn't even wait till halftime. They get their third option. I believe it was their right guard. Did they kick him out? Like, they did some weird stuff Matt LaFleur did yesterday. They had a guard playing tackle. At some point, their center goes down, and the guard has to play center. Like, it was a mess. And so when you don't have an offensive line, and I mean don't have an offensive line, your offensive line is second, third, fourth string guys, and you're down 10 on the road against the number 1 ranked defense, forgive me. I didn't think that Jordan Love and Romeo Doubs and Jaden Reed, before they both got hurt, would find a way to outscore the Eagles in the second half. I just didn't see it happening.
And before anyone today in the national media, and I'm sure we're going to have it, somehow Hurts is going to take all the bullets.
Yeah.
But if you watch first of all, Jordan Love, he has severely regressed. He's reckless with the football, stupid throws. C.J. Stroud betting on him for turnovers in a game is an easy proposition. Baker Mayfield fumbles away the game last night. Look, let's regard Jalen Hurts for one thing too. The idea that he protected the football.
Yeah, you're right. Hurts is going to get more heat than Justin Herbert.
I guarantee he will. And Justin Herbert was an absolute clown show the other day.
Yeah, he was a menace.
It's a clown show.
He was horrible.
And so when you look at Jalen Hurts under any scrutiny, look at the fact that Jalen Hurts protects the football. And I'll take that. I will take that above all things. Is that we're not giving the ball away.
Right. Look, he needs to play better.
Yes, he does.
That can also be true.
All things are true. All things are true right there.
It's okay to be constructively critical of the Philadelphia Eagles, but also celebrate, damn, man, they're moving on to the divisional round of the playoffs.
But if these shows go after Jalen today,
they will.
It's going to be to try to engage us.
Oh, absolutely.
To try to engage you.
And we'll play it tomorrow, so their mission will be completed.
And that's what they're trying to do. So as long as we know there's a giant mousetrap and they're trying to get us to take the cheese, that's what this is all about with Jalen Hurts.
Absolutely. And, of course, it's not just about Jalen Hurts. A.J. Brown, as you mentioned, as you were worried about last week, did not look like himself.
A.J. doesn't look. And the people who were in the building can back it as you see it unfold. A.J. Brown is not getting separation.
Right, especially you have that overhead view from the press box.
It's just not. He didn't look. And then you can focus on things. And it really didn't look. He just looks like he's not hobbling around.
Yeah.
But he's not A.J. Brown.
Well, once you lose that extra juice.
That little burst.
Right, goes back to the decision of playing or sitting starters in Week 18. What if Saquon Barkley, it didn't have to be a catastrophic injury. It was just whether or not he lost a little bit of that burst.
And I don't want to say that he was a decoy yesterday, but it sort of looked like that A.J. Brown was a decoy.
Could be.
And maybe that's what it was. Maybe we don't know how bad it actually is or what he's dealing with.
Devontae Smith, by the way, your leading receiver yesterday, 4 catches, 55 yards. Dallas Goedert, 4 catches, 47 yards. Of course, the big play was the touchdown where he just made somebody look like a child. It was unbelievable. It was so great to see that touchdown happen. And as you mentioned, that was kind of the moment where a lot of people were like, okay, they got this game.
But then again, the very next drive, Love gets them down the field fairly quickly because of the fact of the loss at linebacker
of Nakobe Dean, which we'll discuss. You can climb in. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. In a few minutes, we're going to play you the montage from yesterday's victory. But, Connor, what else do we have on the text line this morning? I'm curious to see. Our first texter that we had told us to move on, even though we're, I would say, more positive than anything else today.
Absolutely, but I'm not.
Move on. They won by 12.
No, stop.
That game did not scream they won by 12. That game screamed they should have won by 20 plus, but they did not because the offense clearly struggled. Jalen Hurts struggled. A.J. Brown didn't look like himself. Kellen Moore had a weird day calling plays, just weird times to call those Saquon Barkley sweet passes. I didn't understand. Sure. The one on the second drive, when it was 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4, it was early on. You were winning everything north and south. You were winning everything. And then you do the sideline to sideline stuff, and they tried it numerous times yesterday, and it didn't work.
No, it didn't work.
They fall in love with it. And I know that was technically an RPO. They mentioned it on the broadcast, that could have been a run, and then that was the design pass. Take that out.
Stop.
I don't like it. What do we have on the text line?
All right, well, we'll get the other side of the spectrum from the whole you guys need to move on. They won by 12. First-time texter says, bottom line, Jalen Hurts stinks. Dude can't throw the ball down the field unless he has 7 seconds in the pocket. The Eagles have a problem at quarterback.
Yeah, see, that's stupid. That is a dumb text. I will say that. Name?
No name.
Yeah, see, put your name to it, coward. Like, that's a dumb text.
We
Jalen
have
Hurts
other
stinks.
texts saying Jalen Hurts stinks today.
Stinks?
No.
You could say that Jalen Hurts at times was stinky yesterday, but to say that Jalen Hurts stinks, and I swear to God, I did see some of the Tanner McKee and Kenny Pickett stuff. Like that's just nonsense. Jalen Hurts does not stink. All right, can Jalen Hurts play better? Absolutely.
No, he should play better.
But if your takeaway this morning or last night was that Jalen Hurts stinks, like I saw, you got to move on. I saw one of those on Twitter yesterday.
Come on.
He's going to hold them back. This team's too good to have a performance like this. Do we not remember at some of the best moments this year?
Okay, can I ask you though, and to the contrary, what you saw out of the Bills, the Texans, and the Ravens, offensively, Eagles look anything like that?
Not yesterday.
Yeah, not yesterday. And by the way, let's not act.
And by the way, do the Eagles have better offensive weaponry than every one of the teams I mentioned?
Yeah, but
like by far.
The Texans did not put together a 4-quarter performance.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Like the Bills are the Bills. Like the Bills are coming out of the AFC.
But if the Eagles put up 34 points this morning, we're having a different story. So you don't have to put up a 4-quarter performance. We've learned that all year with this team. But you got to put on a hell of a lot better performance than you put on yesterday. And settling for field goals is not going to get it done when you're playing the Detroit Lions.
Oh, absolutely.
When you're playing the Bills, when you're playing those other teams. You got to get this thing cleaned up.
Yeah, you do. And we've talked about that.
We keep kicking the can of, okay, when are they cleaning it up?
Well,
you got to clean this up.
It's been clean for a lot of the year. Like a lot of the regular season, it's been clean.
Yeah, like it's been efficient. In the 20 pass attempts that he normally makes, it's been efficient. Yesterday just was not as efficient.
Efficient is not going to beat the Detroit Lions. Efficient is not going to win you a Super Bowl. You've got to be more than efficient.
Well, we've had this conversation.
Efficient will win you a home wild card game, which, by the way, you're supposed to win a home wild card game. You can get by with efficient. You're not going to get by winning a Super Bowl if you're just efficient.
All right, so there's going to be a game where you're going to say, I need Jalen Hurts to throw the football. And we saw that against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he did that magically. Yesterday's game plan, I guess, didn't call for it.
And that's what I don't – well, the one thing is I don't think that they trusted – the separation with AJ that they did.
That could be true too. Yeah, absolutely. All right, what else do we have on the text line? Hopefully nobody else saying that he stinks.
No. This texter doesn't say Jalen Hurts stinks.
What does he say?
He's straight ass. He says the Philadelphia Eagles are the only team in NFL history to win a playoff game without a quarterback. And then he says that about Jalen Hurts. We have people very upset about the quarterback today.
I understand that you could be upset with his performance yesterday.
Connor, do you in any way sympathize with these people?
No.
Tell them what you're thinking.
Listen, he didn't look great, but we're getting very trigger happy with the whole Jalen Hurts stink stuff after what the dude didn't play in 21 days basically leading up to this game. I'm not saying all of it's rust, but I'm saying okay, it's not like he was running he played a bunch of games leading up to this and everything was normal. He came out of concussion protocol late this week, so you got A.J. Brown who's a little bit banged up, and the guys rested last week. The important thing about this game, right, was if there are any indications that maybe you got to rev back up after sitting week 18 and losing your quarterback for 3 weeks, survive, beat the Packers, advance, but I don't think one game sample size is enough to determine if this is a major issue or not. Which is tough to say because next week's win or go home as well, but you kind of have to trust that the offense will still look good.
Coming up next, I'll just do a little history lesson. That's all. That's all I'll say right now. But Eagles win yesterday, and I thought more people would be happy today, but maybe not, John. Maybe the people are more
I'm going to tell
upset, nervous.
I truly don't. I said it to my daughter last night. I'll read you the text exactly. Because I told you, she consumes games differently than I do.
Yeah.
I said, she's like, painful. I can't believe this. I'm disappointed and apprehensive. And I said to her, I demand you stop this right now.
As your father.
Your team just won a playoff game. They have 3 games to win to have a parade. Enjoy the victory. It's okay to be critical, but enjoy it. You got to do the enjoyment part of it.
That's good parenting there, Johnny.
Because playoff wins don't, and she gives me a laugh my F-ass payoff.
Look.
What language?
That's good parenting, Johnny. All right. Here's how some of the sounds were yesterday when the Eagles beat the Packers, courtesy of Fox.
Here's Keyshawn Nixon, the all-pro returner for Green Bay. And it was decked up before the third. The ball came out there. Who's going to come out of it? Eagles say they have it. Wow. Eagles recover. Hurts on second down. 4-man rush. That's a lot of time. Looking. Rolling end zone. Caught for the touchdown. Jahan Dotson. His first touchdown as an Eagle comes in the playoffs. 3rd and 3. 4-man rush. Here comes Nolan Smith. Love in trouble. He is sacked.
Nolan has just continued to get better. I gave him a game ball in there because just his efforts. He has fun out there. He has fun with his teammates. His teammates love him. He plays hard.
Love going to take a shot going deep down the far side. And intercepted. Darius Slay, stride for stride, picks it off. On second down, it is Jacobs bouncing backwards and losing yards. That's the wrong way for him, and there is Zach Bond for the first time today who kind of blew that play up. Here's Ludlow, last gasp attempt, going deep down the field into double coverage. It's intercepted! Picked off by Quinyon Mitchell, the 3rd pick of the day for Philly. His first NFL interception will seal it here in the wildcard round. We're going to run this one out with 1:10 to go. Here's Barkley. He's going to take a slide. So quick. That's a classy move because that was a home run ball. But Saquon will take a slide to officially end it.
I don't know if I'd have been as classy, just so you know.
How tempting was it when you saw all that green grass in front of you on your slide?
It wasn't tempting. Situational football. No mas. It's first down, you win the game. So get the first down and get down.
All right, there it is. That's how it sounded yesterday, courtesy of Fox. More of a defense-oriented montage because that was the majority of the highlights yesterday. But as a win is a win. Now, I'm curious. Johnny, we got to hear from more people on this.
Yeah, we got to hear because
It's not just that people are disappointed with Jalen Hurts' performance. We are getting texters, and Connor's not making this up, that say Jalen Hurts stinks. And how one guy said they won without a quarterback yesterday. I will try to give you a little history lesson of another Jalen Hurts playoff performance. You can text it, you can call it. Do you have concerns of Jalen Hurts? 610-632-0975. What the big concern honestly should be is the loss of your middle linebacker. We'll also discuss that. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning, Johnny, believe it or not. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.5.
presented by the Bet Parks app. You know they've got pre- and post-game shows with Seth Joyner and Derek Gunn live at Parks Casino every game day. Got to be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And it is also a Victory Monday morning. It feels comfortable saying that. It seems like every single week. Presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. The Eagles beat the Packers last night 22-10 in the wild card round of the playoffs. We were coming in today very excited to celebrate the victory and then, of course, also talk about some of the things that need to improve offensively. But what I'm shocked by, John, is the pool of texts that we've had that it's not just they need to improve, but that Jalen Hurts is bad, according to a lot of our texters.
I don't know what
that surprises me.
I don't know what to make of it. I honestly don't know what to make. There are things in life that I will not do, and I just tell my wife, well, I'm not going to do that. You want to do it, do it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to take away your enjoyment from it. But, like, if people don't enjoy, if you can't enjoy a playoff win, and, like, if you can't look at that game and say, there are many more positives to talk about than the negatives, especially compared to, like, quarterback play. The other quarterbacks in the NFL that played this weekend. I don't know what you're watching.
Look, it needs to be better. And
absolutely does.
And here's the thing. They won yesterday, so that there is now a chance next week where it can get better, and I will expect it to get better. So yesterday, Jalen Hurts, 13 of 21, 131 yards, 6.2 yards per completion, which that probably should go up more, especially when he's clicking more, and hopefully if A.J. Brown and his knee could be a little bit fresher next week, which I don't expect that to necessarily get better as the weeks go on.
Okay.
2 touchdowns, no picks.
Right.
Took 2 sacks. Had a rating of 111.4.
And the 1 sack was horrendous.
Yes, very bad.
He had 20 minutes to
throw
get
the ball
rid of
away.
that ball.
Throw the ball
Just
away.
Get to the hash, throw it out of bounds. It was simple.
And nobody was open. So it's not like
No, it wasn't like he's right, exactly.
No.
He had nobody open.
nobody was open. So throw the ball away. Like don't take the sack. And it was like 13 yards. It was a big sack.
It was terrible.
Yeah, I think part of this is an identity crisis that we have to come to terms with this Eagles team.
What's that mean?
Right? So my thought on that really like bad Jalen Hurts sack, and a lot of the stuff with the pressure that they were taking from the defensive front, my thought is this. Like, if I'm Jalen Hurts and I know my defense is going off, like I have full faith in this defense and all their wide receivers are out or not impact players, like, do I extend the play and take a chance, or do I just get rid of the football, or do I take the sack? Do I?
Yeah, you
play?
get rid of the football.
Because a sack could also be a sack fumble.
That specific one, absolutely. But I'm saying Jalen Hurts can play even more conservatively than your average game manager if this defense is as good as they look, because all that's going to kill him are turnovers.
Well, then more conservative would be to throw the football away.
Yeah,
and
I mean, you throw it away.
Not that specific play, guys. My point is he can be more conservative than we're even comfortable with because the defense is so amazing.
Oh, no, I'm comfortable.
No, but I mean, he's got to do he really does have to make the decision there. It can't be just, well, not on that particular play. That is a huge play at a huge time, and it was dumb.
Yeah, it was a bad sack.
Again, it's dumb to just be holding on like that. Get rid of it, especially when 3 different times in the game, in like a 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12 situation, you decided to run the football, which I think is sort of cool, keeping a team off balance. But yesterday it was just to drag clock and to say, let's get the defense back on the field.
Now, again, 13 of 21 for 131, 6.2 yards per completion, 2 touchdowns, 2 sacks, 111.4 rating. I'll give you another Jalen Hurts stat line. 16 of 24, so 3 more attempts, 3 more completions. 154 yards, so that's 23 more yards. 6.4 yards per completion, just 0.2 more. 2 touchdowns, no picks, just like yesterday. 1 sack instead of 2, and a rating of 112.2, 0.8 points higher than yesterday. Do you guys know what game that was for Jalen Hurts?
NFC Championship game against San Fran?
No. Even more relevant to this. It was the first playoff game of the Super Bowl run, so a game before.
Okay, yeah.
So not the wild card round because they had to bye that year. But in Jalen Hurts' first playoff game of the 2022 season, where rust was a concern. Missed the 2 games because of the shoulder injury. Played the Week 18 game. Didn't look all that great. Then they had to bye. So the rust was still worrisome for a lot of people. He had that performance. It seems almost identical to what he did yesterday. They don't have Saquon Barkley on that team, by the way. This team has him.
Correct.
And then the next
You had
week,
Miles Sanders and Kenny Gainwell.
Yep. Then next week against the Niners, he looks a little bit better. And then the next week after that, they go to the Super Bowl and he plays incredible. Why am I supposed to ignore history with Jalen Hurts?
Well,
I've literally seen this already.
Ignoring history is fine. I mean, like if you're going to do that, people are going to do that, which just doesn't make sense to me. But it is not exactly history to just say you're protecting the football, but you can't take stupid sacks and you got to make better decisions. It's like that you can have both. It is both. That stupid beer commercial we had to hear all summer long. It is. You can do both very simply.
Yeah, but
you don't have to put the ball at risk to make smart decisions. In fact, making smart decisions means you probably put the ball at risk less, and they don't do it.
Well,
they don't do it.
I'm just saying, this stat line from yesterday is just like the Giants stat line from the playoffs 2 years ago when we were worried about rust.
Yeah.
And now you have an even better defense, and you have Saquon Barkley. I don't understand why we're freaking out about Jalen Hurts today to the point where we're now saying he stinks. That's the thing that is confusing me the most. All right, coming up next, we talking to Kobe Dean because obviously that's a big loss.
Huge.
For the Eagles. And also, it is amazing how we can all watch the same game but all feel completely different about what we're watching. We'll discuss that next as well. We'll check the text line. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Birds bounce the Packers. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have advanced to the NFC Divisional round. The Eagles take down the Packers 22-10 yesterday in the wild card matchup, and 4 turnovers forced. Well, that made a major difference in this one. The defense clearly made their mark, but Jalen Hurts in the offense a little bit, rusty, a little bit sputtering at points. Nick Sirianni talked about the things they have to correct.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. We made errors as coaches, and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
So a win is a win, but yes, things do have to be a little bit cleaner as you advance deeper in the postseason. They'll also have to overcome a big defensive injury with Kobe Dean getting carted off with what appeared to be a serious knee injury. The Eagles will play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game next Sunday at 3 p.m. The Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night in Orlando. The bigger news, they have changed their stadium plans. Now the news is they will be staying in South Philly instead of moving to Center City to that new building. Flyers-Panthers tonight at 7 p.m. from the Wells Fargo Center. You can hear that game here on The Fanatic. And we'll talk to Andrew DeCecco for the entire 8 o'clock hour. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is brought to you by Superior Fence and Rail with over a 94% satisfaction rating. Superior Fence and Rail is one of the best fencing companies in the Northeast. If you're on a fence about a fence, SuperiorFenceandRail.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your...
97.5, The Fanatic on this Monday morning. Day after an Eagles game, playoff game. Andrew DeCecco will be joining us coming up for the entire 8 o'clock hour. He will unpack it all for us because that man knows ball. And we'll talk to him a lot about the performance by Jalen Hurts and the offense as a whole yesterday. And it is amazing, Johnny, that there are a lot of people that seem to be in a panic. Now, I get it. The big picture is NFC Championship game and Super Bowl. And if you're facing one of those teams like the Detroit Lions, or if you get to the Super Bowl like a Bills or a Chiefs or a Ravens, you can't have an offensive performance like that yesterday and win it. But we'll get there when we get there. The Eagles' defense is the number one defense in football. Now we have to talk about Nakobe Dean.
The loss of Nakobe Dean showed immediately. Yesterday, watching him leave that building, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was sad.
And it's the third year in a row he's been injured.
Yeah.
Now he's going to go into the final year of his contract. And where he was maybe in line to get a new contract, he's not going to get one now.
You don't think so?
No.
I think they pay him.
No, I'm talking about this offseason. No, he's not going to get one now. They're not going to re-up him while he's rehabbing this third
So, like,
injury.
this next coming year is his final year, right?
Yeah, next year's his
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that he's not going to be here. I'm just saying I thought he was going to get paid this offseason, and they were going to re-up
Right,
him.
because they're really good at doing the two-year ahead.
They're going to wait.
Yes, you're
I think
absolutely
they're going to
correct.
wait.
Because
Yeah,
who
they're
knows?
gonna
We
wait.
don't know the seriousness of this
Oh, it
injury
looks-
yet, but
didn't
look good,
the
man.
apparatus on the knee, and there were a couple doctors treading on here going, okay, they believe it's bad.
yeah. And so he could miss a lot of next
And
season.
when he walked
so
off,
to your point.
when he walked off with assistance, I was like, okay, maybe this isn't going to be bad, but then, it's bad news for Nick.
Yeah, it is bad news. And so,
Plus, it's impact of injury.
Oren Burks, next man up, right?
And
he is now your middle linebacker.
They went after him.
And look, we saw that earlier this year with Isaiah Rodgers when Darius Slay goes down. The Rams attack Isaiah Rodgers. And then the next week when he had a full week of preparation, he did a much better job as the outside corner. Oren Burks, a bit of a veteran in the NFL. So hopefully with a full week of preparation, that helps a little bit. But there's still going to be the natural fall off. Like, I don't expect him to play as well as Nakobe Dean played. But we did see him make some plays when Nakobe Dean was out with the abdomen injury toward the end of the season. So hopefully those last 2 weeks of play for Burks did him something good.
Yesterday wasn't good.
No.
So hopefully they have a chance to prepare all week long and they can do something with it. Or I would expect them to go get a veteran.
Oh, I don't think they'll add somebody now.
Oh, I do. I think they're going to have to. Like, I think they have to.
I don't know what you're going to expect out of this veteran.
There's got to be somebody on somebody's practice squad that you could bring in because of the team. I don't know who's there, but there has to be somebody that they could bring in.
Well, this goes back to a big injury you had earlier in the year with Van Sumeren, because that's one of your bodies that would have been the linebacker that would have replaced Nakobe Dean.
Correct.
All right, so halftime yesterday was a very interesting time on my social media platform. We'll get to that at some point. But I mentioned it earlier, John. I felt very comfortable at halftime. I know it was not pretty. I'm not sitting here saying I had my feet up on the couch and I was like, man, ooh, this is wonderful. Eagles are up 10-0. I just did not see Jordan Love with duct tape for an offensive line outscoring the Eagles by 11 in the second half. I didn't see that happening. I believed that the offense would find a rhythm at some point in the game yesterday. And was it pretty in the second half? No, but was it better than the first half? It was. I expected to see Saquon Barkley getting the football, which for whatever reason, and that's a question for Kellen Moore, and he'll speak to the media tomorrow probably, we'll find out why they went away from the run as much as they did in the second quarter. But second half Saquon is something that we have been accustomed to seeing all season long, and I expected to see that again yesterday. I just did not see Jordan Love with no protection, and this is before Dobbs and Jaden Reed get hurt, coming from behind at Lincoln Financial Field against the number one ranked defense and against one of the best rushing offenses for the Eagles that could kill clock. We saw it. That drive in the fourth quarter that only amounted to a field goal, they still ticked off a lot of clock, 7 minutes
did.
and 23 seconds.
But did you
that
see
limits the chances that an offense can score touchdowns on the opposing side of the field.
But did you see the Eagles tackling in the fourth quarter? It was not good. Their Eagles defense, that was very uncharacteristic.
Uncharacteristic,
The
you're right.
tackling was missed tackles. And they were leaking a little bit of oil. And the thing is, one miscue, one tipped ball changes that game completely, and then you're in harem-scarum mode to the very end. That's a 9-point game when you should have been blowing that team out.
Yeah, you should have been.
And so there was no, if you're finding comfort, you're finding comfort saying, I rule out any possibility of mayhem stepping in.
Yes.
And you can't do that because a tip ball can happen. A fumble can happen. An unforced error can happen, as Jalen proved in the Super Bowl in an amazing game where he played beautiful. That one play changed the whole game.
Yeah, but that amazing play or that amazing game was against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
I didn't believe in, again, this is a Jordan Love and Packers thing. Like, I didn't think if yesterday's game was happening against Detroit, they lose. The Eagles lose yesterday if they played Detroit.
They absolutely lose. And from what we've seen all year long, you lose to Minnesota playing that way.
Yeah, probably because of the way that
Detroit
offense has been
way.
prolific. But the Green Bay Packers offense, I didn't believe in them. And again, they are also a run-first offense. So down 10 on the road, if there were times where they needed to throw the football, that's when Jordan Love has been in trouble this year. And that's why you saw him throw 3 picks yesterday. So at halftime, I was comfortable. You and a lot of Eagles fans seem to not be so comfortable.
It was like the Penn State game. It was like the national semifinal. They're up 10 and didn't put them away, and then it ends up making the game interesting as the game goes along when they had a chance to put their foot in the throat. So, no. Comfortable? Nah, absolutely not. A belief that they were going to win the game still? Yeah.
I was comfortable, baby.
I was chilling.
My dad texted me at halftime. He goes, man, this game's too close for me. I said, I don't even have a bead of sweat on my brow.
Right, because I don't look at it like, oh, they should have scored this many points. I say, you have the number 1 defense in the NFL, and you're up 10.
Look, you can look at it that way still. You can look at it both.
No.
They should have had more than 10 points at halftime.
But I think people get so caught up with what the score should be that they don't look at the deficit. You give this Eagles a 10-point lead over a team going into the second half with this defense, especially a Jordan Love-led team with all the injuries the Packers have. Like, this Eagles team is good at 2 things we know for a fact. They will grind out the damn clock, and they will make your life miserable defensively to drive the length of the field.
It was a 1-score game in the third quarter. It wasn't a 2-score game. It was after halftime. So
it was a 1-score game.
Your offense was still puttering. It was a 1-score game.
For a couple minutes. Every time Green Bay scored, the Eagles offense answered. Like, there was no point where it was like, I'm worried they're losing this game. There was a point of frustration of, like, they should look better, but it was never to the point where I was like, oh, the Packers, they're looking dangerous right now.
Yeah, when Green Bay scored that touchdown, it was after the Josh Jacobs ridiculous run. So Dallas Goedert has his big touchdown. Josh Jacobs has his big touchdown. I go, all right, well, you still have the lead. Time to start burning clock. And that's when the 7-minute, 23-second play drive happened, 16-play drive happened. And they just go downfield and they make it look easy. And that's why I have full faith in this offensive line, in Saquon Barkley, and this number 1 ranked defense, which is why at halftime I was still feeling pretty comfortable. I was just disappointed that it wasn't more than a 10-0 game.
Settling for all these field goals is not going to win you a championship.
Well, I wasn't talking about
that's what I mean.
moving forward. I was talking about yesterday's game. At halftime, I said game over.
Yesterday what you did is you didn't open a book, you took your test, and you got a B for the quarter. You got a B.
A.J. Brown opened up a book.
A.J. did.
A.J. Brown opened up a book.
That's what you did yesterday. You didn't study for the test. You showed up, you took it. You still got a B.
Yeah.
Did well, but you didn't impress.
There wasn't a lot, baby.
The defense impresses.
The defense was definitely impressive yesterday. All right, coming up next, our Monday morning radio host segment. What did Nick Sirianni say after the game? We'll play you a couple of his clips from his post-game press conference, and we will react to them on Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning. I hope the people, as the day go on, feel a little bit better, a little bit happier, a little bit more confident, because our text line's been interesting. We'll read more texts as this show goes on as well. I don't think Jalen Hurts stinks, guys. But, hey, there's a lot of Eagles fans that are telling us he does. Interesting, especially when he seems to be protected more than any quarterback we've ever seen before, Johnny. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sixers All Access. A preview of tonight's game. Coming up tonight.
on Kincade and Salciunas on this Victory Monday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Grown accustomed to saying Victory Monday mornings, and it's even better, even tastier, Johnny, coming off of a wild card playoff win against the Green Bay Packers, where there was still some food left on the table.
Yes.
But they win and they move on. And we'll find out tonight, do they play the Vikings or the Rams?
You want something to smile? Because we've been a little surprised by some of the negativity.
Yeah, not us. More so the texters.
How about 100 and I've got it, 109 yards, 10 of 12 and 2 touchdowns from the pocket for Jalen Hurts yesterday.
He can't throw from the pocket. Wasn't that
that was
ESPN?
Rex, right? It was Rex.
Yeah.
Rex on Saturday. He was 10 of 12 for 119 and 2 touchdowns.
So these guys,
if my math's a little off, please excuse me.
Do these guys get that information afterward?
Here's the thing that pisses me off about it. They have and Jeff Kerr from CBS put it out there. He's like, if you're talking like since the beginning of 2022, He's like third in the NFL from the pocket.
You can't throw from it.
It's a fake
I like
narrative. It's a fake narrative against Jalen Hurts, and I don't get it, especially from Rex Ryan, who has a slew of researchers. There's a room of researchers getting these guys prepared for these shows. And he can't get it right?
He was on Feet Finder.
That's embarrassing.
He was busy, brother.
Yeah, he was going,
He was no kink
some-
shaming. I'm just saying.
Those are some nice feet.
He was busy at the
He
time.
got some nice feet there.
All right.
And by the way, can Connor lead the team out onto the field on Sunday?
Why?
Connor, would you run out and lead the team onto the field?
Sure, if asked, I'm available. Wait, no, I'll be on pregame.
Yeah, you'll be on pregame.
Well, no, we can get you over.
Okay, then
to do it.
Why do you need me to do that?
I'm just the Gilly in the stupid hat, like just sort of doesn't
friend of the
doesn't
team.
lead
Yeah,
me
dude.
to.
He's a
so
friend, he's a friend of the team.
People like him.
we have a mascot. It's called Swoop.
So you
Let's swoop.
I got two.
Okay, let's just get people to lead the team.
I
out of the
will
field.
not spare an iota of my thought processes on
I
who
want you to
leads
do
the
it.
team out
I
of
want
the
you to
tunnel.
do it. I think it'd be a great thing.
I think people would be upset with that as well.
Let's have you do it.
It is time now for the Monday morning radio host.
Now, the Monday morning radio host on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, it's our chance to do what we do best. Instead of breaking down film, we break down audio tape. Nick Sirianni speaks after an Eagles game. We then react to what he says. So let's start here. Nick Sirianni talking about the first moment of the game. Man, the crowd pop was awesome. Oren Burks lays a lick on Wicks, forced the fumble. Here's Sirianni talking about it.
Yeah, it was a tone setter. Oren has been a really good player here for us the entire season. He went in there and played good when N'Kobe went down at linebacker as well. He played good last week at linebacker, but he's always been a spark for us on special teams. And I remember Howie, when we signed him, was just like, hey, this guy is one of the best third, fourth linebackers in the NFL. And we were so excited to get him. And he's a special teams stud. And he's shown that, right? I think he's forced 2 fumbles now on the year on special teams. But that was a big time hit.
So, look, there's going to be a fall off when we're talking about the linebacker, because he said how great he played when N'Kobe Dean was out. You saw it. You saw the holes.
Great? Like, that was a little much.
Well,
little much. Little much.
And you're expecting that out of him.
Yeah, the great is quite a bit. That's a little much.
But thank God you still have all-pro linebacker Zach Bond that can also play with Oren Burks. But that moment, to start a game like that, can you ask for a better start? I guess the better start would be
awesome.
They return it for a touchdown. But right away, Oren Burks lays a lick, forces the fumble, and you're now starting the game with the ball, and you get the ball to start the second half. Just unfortunately didn't really play out as much more fun as we thought it would.
And then the drive right out after half was totally uninspiring.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
You can't call it a drive because remember it's 2 quarters without it. 2 quarters without a completion.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Crazy.
But this was a completion. Of course, Jalen Hurts throws the touchdown pass to Jahan Dotson. And if you remember, we talked about this last week. Did Tanner McKee's game with Jahan Dotson maybe open the mind of Jalen Hurts of, hey, I can look his way? Now, this was a play breakdown, so it's not like this was a designed play. But here's Nick Sirianni talking about Jahan Dotson and the touchdown.
Obviously, great protection. That takes a lot of patience for a quarterback in that particular case when you're not on rhythm, but you're not getting pressured to actually stay. And he did that last year at Tampa to OZ. Reminded me they were very similar plays, and I remember how cool we thought that was, that there wasn't pressure. He was able to just sit in there and find what happened and not get, he just was very calm, cool, collective. Obviously, great job by the offensive line to keep that protection for that long. And then Jahan found his way he kind of fought through some contact and found his way to get open. So, it was a full team effort there. And it really is a spectacular play by Jalen and the offensive line there, and then Jahan finishing it.
Great call by Sirianni saying it reminded him of the Zacchaeus touchdown in Tampa last year. I didn't even think about that. That was like the first Jalen Hurts play last year where we said, all right, he's becoming himself again. It's a good call by Sirianni.
I think so. I mean, it was just that had so much promise early on. And by the way, he didn't have that clean a pocket again after that touchdown pass.
Yeah, well, he might not have that clean a pocket again for another year.
I don't think it was. It was amazing.
Brady said on the broadcast yesterday, Kevin Burkhardt asked him, do you ever have a 7-second pocket? He said it would take 3 plays for me to have 7 seconds. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about another touchdown for the Eagles yesterday, and one that was just a beast. of a play by Dallas Goedert.
Nobody in this league is as violent and as physical as Dallas Goedert with the ball in his hands. I mean, did he have 2 or 3 stiff arms on that play? I mean, it really reminded me of the play that he made in the 2022 playoffs early in the game where he had a stiff arm or ran somebody over against the Giants, and really you could see the spark it gave to the sideline. Well, it was the same thing here. And again, our toughness and our physicality were on display on that play. And Dallas is a physical player, and that was a big-time play. Jalen, I thought Jalen did a great job of getting to that play. Jalen got to that play and made an unbelievable play and an unbelievable check that, you're going to know about because I'm telling you about, but that's not going to be seen to everybody that he was able to check out of a play and get to the right play and get a ball to Dallas where he could go out and make the play that he did.
And that's just one of those reminders. Look, they didn't miss Goedert. Calcaterra did a good job filling in when Goedert was out with his injuries twice this year.
He did, but the lack of blocking is a problem.
Yes. And then moments like that, like Calcaterra's not doing that. He's catching the ball.
Oh, absolutely.
He's getting the first down.
Yes.
But he's not then stiff-arming one guy 3 times and scoring a touchdown. Right there, that shows you the difference between a second-round pick and a guy that's been in the league for a while now and a 6th-round pick. And it's no disrespect to Grant Calcaterra. It's just, look, Goddard still is a hell of a tight end. Guys just got to stay healthy.
And he does.
He does, definitely. Nolan Smith, man, another sack yesterday. He wreaked havoc.
He was awesome yesterday in so many different ways.
Even, like, you see the physicality. Last year, one of my biggest complaints about Nolan Smith was he would get to the quarterback and not finish the play. Like, there was just something where it seemed like there was something. He needed a couple more pounds of muscle or something. He put that on this offseason, and he then had a nice game yesterday.
I honestly, and as much as I want to give Nolan the credit, because it's him who gets it done, I believe it's Vic Fangio.
Oh, Fangio also has a big,
works with him beautifully.
You're right.
Gosh,
here's
they're just
Sirianni
amazing.
talking about Nolan Smith.
Nolan has just continued to get better. I gave him a game ball in there because just his efforts. He has fun out there. He has fun with his teammates. His teammates love him. He plays hard as I've ever seen anybody play. And this dude is a physical guy. I mean, I can't say enough about the way he plays this game. He loves this game. The intangibles for Nolan Smith are there. And so you're seeing him get better each week and each time he steps on the field because, when you have those intangibles particularly, you have no choice but to get better. Like, you just get better. And we've seen, Nolan grow into this player that was able, the things he was doing today that helped us win a playoff football game. So, man, I can't say enough about Nolan. I could go on all day about that.
That's your former first-round pick, Nolan Smith.
I can tell you it's absolutely amazing what they've managed to accomplish with all the young dogs.
Oh, my God.
And the strides that they've taken.
And we'll talk about those young dogs at some point in the 8 o'clock hour.
Unbelievable.
With our man, Andrew DeCecco, who's ready to go. He joins us coming up next. We say the entire 8 o'clock hour, but it starts at 7:54. So we begin the next segment with our man from Inside the Birds and 97.5 The Fanatic, Andrew DeCecco. He joins us for the entire hour plus, and he will break down yesterday's wild card round win, and we'll get his thoughts on Jalen Hurts and the offense next as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A win is a win. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. In postseason time, winning, advancing, that's all that matters. And the Eagles did that yesterday, taking down the Packers 22-10 at Lincoln Financial Field. They'll play in the divisional round now this Sunday at 3 o'clock. The Eagles forced 4 turnovers in the game. Defense clearly made their mark in this one, but Jalen Hurts and the offense looked a little bit sputtering at some points. Nick Sirianni talked about it.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. We made errors as coaches and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
They also have to figure out how to deal with Nakobe Dean's injury. He was carted off with what appeared to be a serious knee injury. The Eagles will play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game. The Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night. The bigger news from them, their stadium plans have changed. They're looking to build a new arena in South Philly at the stadium complex rather than moving to Center City. Flyers-Panthers tonight at 7 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is also brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.5.
On Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on a victory Monday morning following the Eagles' victory over the Green Bay Packers. A defensive beatdown an overall victory because the offense wasn't necessarily clicking on all cylinders. So we've talked about it a lot today, Johnny, for almost 2 hours. And we've been a lot more, I would say, reasonable than a lot of our texters.
I think the evaluation of the game, I would say, is fair. And Kristen says it here. 70, you guys have been around 70-30 positive.
Yes.
I think that's fair.
But we have had a lot of text messages that are saying that the Eagles, or that Jalen Hurts, not only was he bad yesterday. Look, Jalen Hurts did not have a great game yesterday. He was efficient. There's still a lot left on the table.
Oh, yeah.
But we have texters texting in saying that he just straight up stinks now. Not just that he had a stinky game, that he stinks.
Well, that's dumb.
So let's turn to the real football guy.
Uh-oh.
Our man Andrew DeCecco joins us for the entire hour. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing?
We are doing
Glad to have you
great. So you were in the building, as you always are. You saw my man John Kincade, as you always do.
Definitely, yep.
So we're going to unpack this
We had
entire
cheesecake
game.
together.
That's nice. Did you guys share the spoon, too?
No. Two dudes do not share a dessert.
Yeah, come on now. This isn't Lady and the Tramp.
We're going to talk about everything over the course of an hour, but let's start with the offense because that's something that people. I don't know how you would do that with cheesecake.
I don't know.
With the cherry stem.
Let's move on from that one.
Let's talk about the Eagles' offense first because that's the thing that everybody's worried about. Because let's face it, this season wasn't about winning a wild card round.
No.
This season was getting back to an NFC championship game and hopefully getting to a Super Bowl. And I think we all realize that if the offense plays the way they did yesterday against the Lions in the NFC championship game, you'll lose. If you get to the Super Bowl and play that way against Baltimore or Kansas City or Buffalo, you'll lose. Do you expect the offense to continue to play like that? Break it down for us. What did you see yesterday?
Well, for those that are saying that Jalen Hurts flat out stinks, they're totally off base. That's a knee-jerk reaction.
Yep.
They're operating in a world where it's what have you done for me the last 5 minutes. But what I will say is, did he play a perfect game? Far from it. I thought early in that game he was holding on to the football for an abnormally long time. He had clean pockets to work with. He made poor decisions, and he took a couple of bad sacks there. But by and large, he made a couple of nice throws in that game. That one to Devontae Smith in the third quarter I thought was exceptional. And he made winning plays. Was it perfect? And will that be good enough against some of the more upper echelon teams that they're going to be facing in the postseason? Absolutely not. But I got to tell you guys, I was very underwhelmed with the game plan from Kellen Moore. And we talked a lot about this last week and the past couple of weeks. How were the Eagles going to unveiled their offense with Jalen Hurts after that 3-week layoff. And I thought that they were going to be conservative because I hadn't seen the innovation, the creativity from Kellen Moore, the advanced route concepts, the motion. And so it goes hand in hand. I don't think that the play calling did Jalen Hurts any favors. So when you're looking at the offense as a whole, I think if you're objectively looking at it, the offensive coordinator needs to be a lot better as well. They would get smoked if they played like they did yesterday against the team like the Detroit Lions.
Not the football guy you are. But to me, the motion is completely wasted.
Mm-hmm.
The motion is nothing. The motion is not. The motion did nothing yesterday to fool Green Bay. Did nothing to suck them in. Did nothing to distract them. And I'm wondering, what's it for? Just having somebody run behind Jalen Hurts? It's like, I don't understand. This is not the Kellen Moore that I studied all off season.
So there's two games, John, that I think that you'll probably agree with this, that I could pinpoint and say that was vintage Kellen Moore. And that was the opening game against Green Bay.
Sure.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers game. There's a lot more of
that
the
was
eye
a
candy.
Great one.
The
Yes,
eye candy,
yes.
the creativity that he was being billed for. You saw that manifest. But the Eagles adopted a different identity since then, and they became very run first. So you didn't have to have all the glitz and glamour of the offense. And I think they've struggled because of that, because when you have to turn it on in the postseason, all of a sudden it's not there. Teams aren't going to respect that. And when you have a quarterback like Jalen Hurts who is coming off a 3-week layoff, you have to do a little bit more to help him out.
Well, then the question, now let me get this out first. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. Why go away from the run then? Because I'm watching the second quarter, and it's just incomplete pass after incomplete pass. We've talked about this a lot. Jalen going 2 quarters without a completion is insane. And it wasn't because he attempted 0 passes. They also went away from the run. I was so confused. You mentioned the game plan, but one thing that Kellen Moore has done wonderfully this season has been the slow start and the adjustment after it. There was no adjustment until the third quarter.
Yeah, it was bizarre. And by the way, Devontae Smith only had one target prior to the third quarter, and that was on the second drive of the game. That's inexcusable. But to go away from the run when you have a quarterback who's clearly struggling to find any sort of consistency, I thought was malpractice. And that goes back to my point that I didn't think that the offensive game plan was near good enough. It's going to have to be a lot more advanced as they move forward here in the next round because you got to do more to help your quarterback.
You saw A.J. Brown. That was something. I was trying to channel my inner DeCecco yesterday.
That's a dark place, man.
I was watching, and I can't wait to see the All-22 on NFL Plus because I was watching every single pattern that A.J. Brown was running. He doesn't look like A.J. Brown.
I think
people
that's a
are wondering. Yeah, he doesn't look the same.
I think that's a fair assessment. If you think back to the pass that Jalen threw to him, it's a couple feet away. Normally, A.J. is able to dive for it,
or
because he has the baseball background. He knows how to Willie Mays one of those passes, but it didn't seem to have the same juice. He was out there. He was somewhat effective. Anytime A.J. Brown's out there, you're going to take that because he's an elite player at that position. But, yeah, to me, it didn't seem like he was moving around as he normally does. Didn't seem as fluid.
Was he a decoy?
No, I wouldn't go that
do you believe
far.
it because they purposely were not going to him, though. The game plan yesterday was not to focus on A.J. Brown, which is shocking.
Well, the game plan didn't focus on many people in the first half.
That's the only reason, John, why I don't think he was a decoy because Devontae Smith, whom I mentioned, I thought the game script was set up for him to have a very big afternoon, and that never happened either. Dallas Goedert, 4 for 4. He went 4 catches on 4 targets for 54 yards, but he was very effective too, and he wasn't really much involved in the game plan. So I just think that if you're Kellen Moore, you have to scrap that game plan and find ways to get the ball into the hands of your playmakers because those slant patterns to A.J. Brown, Andrew, they're automatic.
Yeah.
That is instant offense.
He's always
like
called for it every week. He wants 3 of them in the first quarter.
I wanted that to be the first play because Jalen Hurts, all the rust fear, and I get it. It was reasonable worries to have for Jalen Hurts and the rust. I wanted the first pass to just be a screen or a slant route to A.J. Brown. Just go, all right, I got my connection. I'm good to go.
It takes so much pressure off your quarterback and allows him to settle into the flow of the game, especially when there's all that talk about rust and you haven't played for 3 weeks. Get the ball in the hands of A.J. Brown. That is an automatic route. He wins that every time.
Now, last segment or 2 segments ago, we were talking about our feel at halftime. Where were you at halftime? I said game over. Like, I did not think the Packers were going to come back and win that game.
No, I also said game over. Like, I was sort of chalked it up
just too
that the Eagles were going to win that game just because I just
agree with Connor.
Once I saw that they built up even a somewhat of a significant lead, I didn't think that there was any way that the Packers were going to, the way that they were playing yesterday afternoon, that they were going to be able to claw their way back, barring something unforeseen, because the way that defense was playing, they were nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, I got a lot of you can't do that in Philly, man.
Well, what? Barring something unforeseen in a one-score game, you can't. One-score game,
but Jordan,
anything can freaking happen.
Yeah, but at halftime it was 10-0,
and they were getting
at halftime it was a 2-score game.
Connor, in fact, it is. It's exactly that. In a one-score game, anything can happen.
But at halftime it was 2 scores. So that means twice they would have had to have scored.
And they were getting the ball back. And I knew that that was going to be Saquon time.
I got you. It's 10-3 in the third quarter.
Right.
Anything can happen.
So if the Eagles are in a one-score game against Mountain Union, like anything could happen in a one-score game?
That wasn't Mount Union.
It was close. Those wide receivers might have been.
No, you don't want to undersell the Green Bay Packers. That's a professional football team.
No,
they have a lot of playmakers. But
a one-score game is not out of reach. That's absurd. A 9-point game.
But for whatever reason, my mind was, the Eagles have this one. This is going to be a slow finish. I mean, that was a slow burn. That game took an awfully long time.
Honestly, the only thing I wanted to see in the second half was more life from the offense so that I could feel comfortable moving forward. I mean, that was the only thing I needed to see.
It was so long.
In the second half was more life. So, ultimately, you're putting it seems like more on Kellen Moore. Jalen obviously needs to play better.
We can't absolve Jalen for the game that he had, but especially when you're making what he's making. But I think that if we're looking at it objectively, you have to look at the quarterback and the offensive coordinator because they have to do more to help your quarterback when he's clearly struggling to find any sort of a rhythm.
I'm curious to see what people are saying on the text line now that we're woken up a little bit more. Connor, what do we have on the text line? You can text in at 610-632-0975. For the most part this morning, it's been doom and gloom.
All right, well, let's go to Bill in Virginia Beach. He's a beach guy. Bring us some sunshine. He says Jalen didn't have a great game, but every time they needed points to stay up by 2 scores, he led a drive to get points. The offense will continue to get better and will be hitting on all cylinders by by the time they go to New Orleans.
Oh. Well, it's got to hit on all cylinders.
You're not going to.
In Detroit.
No,
Yeah.
it's got to.
Yeah.
Next week.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, you're right.
Sunday
Yeah.
afternoon, you could be sent home
Yeah,
if
you
you
don't
play
want that.
like that. Don't talk about 2 weeks from now
No, it's gotta
what
be
they
better.
might do.
Yeah.
3 weeks from now.
Yeah, it's got to be better next.
Come on now.
Yeah.
And really, guys, that has been a problem all season. The offense has not gotten off to the fast starts. It's been very choppy. If Saquon's not going off or finding his rhythm, it's really hard for the Eagles to generate any semblance of a rhythmic offense.
All right, coming up next, so we focus a lot on the offense in this first segment with our man Andrew DeCecco, who joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour today. Let's look at the defense because, damn, were they dominant yesterday. So we'll have some we'll have fun talking about the defense, showing them some love, but also, how big could the loss of Nakobe Dean be? We talked about that earlier, but we'll ask Andrew DeCecco to answer that question. You'll also hear the Victory Monday montage coming your way next as well.
Montages.
It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your...
Here on Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning, Johnny, presented to us by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. I think they signed up to just be the sponsor for Monday mornings.
That's because they knew that winning is sort of contagious with this team.
Victory Monday.
This is another
baby.
and two. Nick Sirianni's now 500 as a playoff coach, and Nick Sirianni now on the Eagles organization. Now 500 as an organization in the playoffs.
Overall,
How about that?
They finally got to that.
The winning continues for Nick Sirianni.
In the postseason. Again, and Nick Sirianni with this is a team that did enough yesterday. Did enough, and sometimes that is enough.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. So the Eagles won the Super Bowl in 2017. That Falcon game was awful. That first playoff game.
I remember that. The first pass.
God,
it was
terrible.
the first play of the game to Torrey Smith, and it just hung up there in the wind, and
it was
just
terrible.
fell flat. Yeah.
And it was a terrible game. And you know what they did? The next week, they came out and trucked Minnesota.
Yeah.
So just think about that if you're going to be too hypercritical, just balance it out with, yeah.
Well, that's why
That's a good
I
point.
pointed out Jalen Hurts' stat lines from this game to the Giants divisional round a few years ago. Also, first playoff game, rust concerns, missed the 2 games, comes back week 17. They didn't look great. Then they had the bye week. Stat lines are almost identical. Like, he's got to play better. He does. But to all of a sudden sit here and get the text messages that we've gotten today that he stinks, that's something that I am shocked by.
I'm not shocked because it seems to be
Stinks?
it's an emotional state.
Stinks?
You know how it is. Twitter is a very dangerous place in the middle of an Eagles game. If you tweet anything, sometimes you know how it is, John.
Me saying that the game was over at halftime was a very interesting time for me yesterday.
People get emotional in their responses and things like that. So,
dude.
So I'm not really surprised to hear some irrational takes this morning.
Very irrational. All right. First, before we talk about Nakobe Dean, let's talk about the defense as a whole yesterday. Dude, I don't know the reason why I thought the game was over at halftime was because of the defense. I don't know the last time I felt like this confident in a defense. And it's all levels. Like, there were secondary concerns the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl. There's not an area on the field. Again, we'll get to Nakobe Dean. But there's not an area on the defense where you're going, man,
deficiency.
That's going to be what holds them back.
Right.
You saw the pass rush get into Jordan Love early on yesterday. Tell us about the defense.
I thought they were nothing short of spectacular. I thought they were outstanding. All 3 levels operating in concert. The pass rush with Nolan Smith with 2 sacks. I thought that they generated consistent pressure. Even if they didn't get home, I thought they generated pressure throughout the afternoon. They did all this, by the way, without hearing Jalen Carter's name mentioned very often.
He might be pregnant this morning. The amount of time that they were all over Jalen Carter yesterday.
They were swarming Jalen Carter. He was being held.
They focused everything on Jalen Carter.
Absolutely. That was their game plan. But I just think the secondary, you see the communication. They're passing guys off in coverage. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell are playing like veteran players. Slay comes out with a big interception, like he's playing in the outfield for the Philadelphia Phillies, the way that he was able to come down with that. It's a collective effort from that group. There's a buy-in. There's a mentality where they're tough and tenacious, and they get after the football, and they rally to the football as a unit.
I mean, it was unbelievable yesterday. But, of course, losing to Nakobe Dean,
it's huge.
It's a factor.
And you saw it when Nakobe went out. The middle of the field got soft quick.
Yeah, you texted me.
Quickly.
Yeah.
And then I texted him across the way because we weren't seated near each other. And I'm saying, at that point, I'm thinking ahead. So I'm doing what you're doing at that point, Andrew.
Yeah.
I'm glimpsing ahead, and I'm going, Detroit's offense will feast on that if they don't do something.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Laporta. And yeah. So, look, it's tough for me to put into words what Nakobe Dean means for the defense, but you guys have heard me, and the listeners have heard me by now over these airwaves speak about how critical he is to their success, or was, depending on the severity of it.
Yeah.
But when you wear the green dot and you set the tone in the way that he does, and very much the makeup of that defense stems from him. The physicality, the mentality, his ability to attack downhill. I always go back to this, but we had a conversation right before week 2, before they played the Falcons, and I said, "Hey, Nakobe, what's your vision of the identity of this defense?" And he said, he had to think about it, and he said, "A junkyard defense, a no-name defense," as he called it, where you can't worry about one of us. You can't game plan against, around two of us. You have to worry about all of us coming after you. Because if we can't walk, we're going to crawl. If we can't crawl, we're going to bite at your ankles. That's what we're looking for.
And that's the junkyard dog mentality from Georgia.
And that was what he
bring.
did. Now, look, Zach Bond gets all the credit, and rightfully so. But Nakobe Dean, he had 3 sacks on his own. He had 9 tackles for loss.
Yeah.
He had a number of quarterback hits. But he also set the tone in terms of leadership and communication, and many players that we spoke to yesterday echoed that same sentiment.
Yeah, so big loss for the Philadelphia Eagles on the defensive side of the ball with Nakobe Dean.
Did you have any problem with any strategy if you take Kellen Moore out of it? Anything else that you strategically would have a question with? Because I couldn't find it.
No, not really. And real quick on Oren Burks, for those who don't really know about Oren Burks. And I wouldn't be surprised if you guys already got text message about the Eagles should play Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of that.
The Eagles signed Oren Burks because of his experience. He's played in over 100 games. He played 71 snaps and started in last year's Super Bowl. Anytime you're missing a starter, there's going to be a drop-off in production. So you have to look at that with some kind of context here. He's not going to play at the same level of Nakobe Dean. Did he miss some tackles yesterday? Absolutely. But he's played a lot of football, and not many teams are as equipped as the Eagles are to withstand a loss like Nakobe Dean with somebody like that who's a veteran.
By the way, Ian Rappaport just put out a tweet. It's nothing that really means anything to us, but he's tweeting out about Nakobe Dean saying there's fear that he suffered a significant knee injury that would knock him out for the playoffs. Sources tell him and Garofolo, which I think we all had that fear.
That's not exactly
I don't think I needed a report for that.
Him walking off in that apparatus with the crutches, I don't know how you could play this week.
It was a tough scene, John, because he's viewed very much that locker room thinks very highly of him. And
sure.
Oren Burks talked about how much he respected the way that he conducts himself as a professional, him getting guys lined up and really taking ownership of that defense and wearing the green dot. It's a tough look. In many ways, I believe that he's the heartbeat of that defense.
So I want you to answer this question next. Is that something that a full week of practice for an Oren Burks that can help? And who wears the green dot next week? I want you to answer that question coming up next. Also, there's been a lot of concerns. What concerns are warranted? Would love to hear your answer on that as well. Our man Andrew DeCecco joining us for the entire 8 o'clock hour today. We'll get to the victory montage coming up next as well, because it's not all doom and gloom, but guys, the Eagles won. They beat the Packers. They're moving on to the divisional round of the playoffs. We find out if it's the Vikings or Rams tonight. Let's celebrate it as well. My God.
I don't want to stay up till midnight again.
Well, good luck. It's Kincade Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The first playoff step complete. I'm Connor Thomas. The Eagles have advanced to the divisional round with a 22-10 win over the Green Bay Packers. 4 turnovers forced by the Birds in this one against Jordan Love and the Packers, who won on special teams as well. The defense clearly made their mark in this one, but Jalen Hurts and the offense, they did not look at their best, even putting up 22 points. Nick Sirianni talked about correcting things ahead of the next matchup.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. We made errors as coaches, and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
They're also going to have to overcome a big defensive injury with Nakobe Dean getting carted off what appeared to be a serious knee injury. The Eagles will play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night. The bigger news from the Sixers, there was a change in their stadium plans. Instead of moving to Center City, they're now looking to build a new building in South Philadelphia at the Sports Complex. Flyers-Panthers tonight at 7 p.m. from the Wells Fargo Center. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch.
8:25 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, come on. Let's have some fun before we continue the conversation with our man Andrew Checo. Not that this hasn't been fun, but it just feels like there's been a lot of concern from a lot of our texters and a lot of our listeners. And look, they won. So let's relive it a little bit yesterday. Here's how it sounded, courtesy of Fox.
Here's Keyshawn Nixon, the all-pro returner for Green Bay. And just dacked up before the third. I think the ball came out there. Who's going to come out of it? Eagles say they have it. Eagles recover. Hurts on second down. Four-man rush. Has a lot of time. Looking. Rolling end zone. Caught for the touchdown. Jahan Dotson. His first touchdown as an Eagle comes in the playoffs. 3rd and 3. Four-man rush. Here comes Nolan Smith. Love in trouble. He is sacked.
Nolan has just continued to get better. I gave him a game ball in there because just his efforts. He has fun out there. He has fun with his teammates. His teammates love him. He plays hard.
Love going to take a shot going deep down the far side. And intercepted. Darius Slay, stride for stride, picks it off. On second down, it is Jacobs bouncing backwards and losing yards. That's the wrong way for him, and there is Zach Bond for the first time today who kind of blew that play up. Here's Ludlow, last gasp attempt, going deep down the field in the double coverage. It's intercepted! Picked off by Quinyon Mitchell, the 3rd pick of the day for Philly. His first NFL interception will seal it here in the wildcard round. They're going to run this one out with 1:10 to go. Here's Barkley. He's going to take a slide. So quick. That's a classy move because that was a home run ball. But Saquon will take a slide to officially end it.
I don't know if I'd have been as classy, just so you know.
How tempting was it when you saw all that green grass in front of you on your slide?
It wasn't tempting. Situational football. No mas. It's first down, you win the game. So get the first down and get down.
All right, there's our montage, courtesy of Fox. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on the call
Great job
yesterday. I thought the call was the broadcast was fine yesterday. There was a lot of people that were upset with Brady yesterday. I didn't really have much of a problem with it.
There's not going to be a perfect broadcast. They're not going to appease the audience. It seems like every single broadcast, everybody has something to say about it.
And by the way, he was saying that the game was over in like the third quarter as well. So it's not like he was saying anything that Eagles fans should take exception with. Like, I don't know.
I retweeted something and I quote tweeted it out there, and I hope that you would share it and spread it along. Even though it's somebody here in Philly who's getting exposed, absolute jackassery behavior.
Yeah, it's
disgusting, disgusting jerk that is calling a Packers fan in the stands the foulest of language. This guy deserved honestly, he deserves a fist to the face. And I can't believe the amount of people that didn't rail. There are a bunch of Eagles fans around him, and nobody's saying, shut the hell up, dude.
Yeah.
Stop harassing a woman in the stands.
I've been at games where we have policed our own. I've seen it happen.
It's terrible. She's ready to cry because he's using the C word and other things. This guy is such a jackass, and somebody knows. Somebody knows who this guy is.
Oh, yeah.
That's disheartening that nobody stepped in and said anything or tried to diffuse it. Think if that was your mother or that was your sister or your family member. I mean, how would you like somebody talking to a family member like that?
And it's
horrible.
Nobody, the Eagles fans around him, you got to speak up.
Yeah.
You got to say, shut the hell up, dude.
Yeah, nobody took up for her. That's not cool.
And this guy, there is a close-up of his face.
Oh, yeah, it's evident who he is.
And if you know him and you don't have it and you don't let it get handled, it's an embarrassment.
That guy's in for a rude awakening at some point today, I imagine, and well-deserved.
So.
Because
I hope so. Yes.
The stuff he was saying in that video, it's not even
How do you talk to a
funny.
woman like that? And a woman you don't even know?
Yeah. Just
kind
because she's wearing a Packers.
That's vile.
Packers
It's
hat.
vile.
All right, so we'll get to some more texts coming up because we've had a lot of people that have seemed concerned today. Are there any warranted concerns coming off of yesterday's game for the rest of the playoffs moving forward in your eyes, Andrew DeCecco?
The offense, I would definitely say they have to get off to a faster start. They can't wait. You can't wait till the third quarter to turn it on.
Right.
And you can't lean always on Saquon Barkley to be your primary source of offense. And with that, I mean that Kellen Moore, there's a lot of responsibilities that's going to lie at his feet. He needs to be able to conjure and really craft a much more innovative game plan and help your quarterback and help the offense move along. Make them more balanced. Don't make it so your quarterback's really struggling and you're moving away from the running game and nothing you're doing is working. I just thought it was they really struggled on third down. Just across the board, he has to be a lot better. So until I don't know that I would quantify that as a concern, but that was my primary takeaway. That has to get rectified if the Eagles are to move forward in the postseason.
Can I ask the question that's like the hanging in the room, though? We got to stay up tonight. Is it which team's more capable of exposing what you saw some flaws in the Eagles yesterday of the two teams that we could potentially face?
I would say the Minnesota Vikings because, look, Jalen Hurts has done – he's had success against Brian Flores, but based on what you've now put on tape, I think that there is a world in which Brian Flores could work to scheme around you and wreak havoc, kind of like Todd Bowles has done in the past, providing a ton of pressure and, forcing you into bad decisions. I think the Eagles have proven that they have a remedy for what the Rams were able to do. Saquon Barkley had over 300 yards, all-purpose yards in that game. I was there. And defensively, they're vulnerable in the secondary. So I think the Rams would be the more favorable opponent on a short week coming across, to the East Coast at chilly Lincoln Financial Field. I think that would be the far more favorable option.
All right, Connor, what do we have on the text line? Would love to hear if more people are feeling better as the morning has gone on, or if there are more people that are doom and gloom saying that basically the season's over, Jalen Hurts stinks. Would love to hear what the people are saying at 610-632-0975.
All right, buckle up. So Brady from Norristown leads off this segment and says, if we get the Jalen Hurts we saw yesterday in next week's game, we won't be advancing. Instead, we'll be having conversations next week about how soon can we cut Jake Elliott, and did Howie make a mistake giving Jalen that big extension?
See, this is where we're at.
This is the moving of the goalpost every week.
The Eagles won the football game yesterday.
Yes.
They won a postseason game. What are we doing here? That's the first place that some folks are going to, some pockets.
Dude, we've been getting it all day. 2.5 hours. These are the kind of texts that we've been getting all day.
I can't even fathom. I don't
And more
know.
importantly, this is the same guy would have tweeted this probably last week.
Yeah.
Or had this thought process to him and his friends, and then he just moves the goalpost to next week. And then he'll move the goalpost to the next week after that.
Or it's the same guy that if we said what he said, the media always trying to come up with something, hot take media,
narrative.
blah, blah. Like, that's nonsense. This guy is already talking about off-season discussions. And did Howie Roseman make a mistake with the contract just a couple of weeks ago in that Steelers game?
They don't even know who they're playing next week, and this guy's already going to that. What are we doing here?
And then against the Steelers, we saw him already throw the ball when needed. And look, it needs to get better. Nobody on this show has said that yet we're fine with what happened yesterday. It needs to improve.
We didn't pardon
it's
anybody.
Playoff time.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is a week 6 thing, and so let's see if he can get it week 7. And if it doesn't work out week 7, you have week 8. I get it. It's playoffs. It's win or go home. But, man, the attitude that a lot of Eagles fans have this morning
I'm
is
really
alarming.
surprised. I mean, I know you said that. You shared that with me, but to hear it like that, it's like, wow. I mean, they just won a postseason game 22-10. And they don't even know who their opposition is going to be next week, and that's where he's going, talking about Jake Elliott and questions about the quarterback in the future.
I got to tell you, I'm 1 foot off the Jake train.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't think the Jake Elliott stuff is out of line. It's been a whole year of it.
Right.
It's not. This is not something that is like, I had some conversation with someone yesterday in the press box. I have complete confidence that Jake Elliott will make the big kicks when you need him to make it. Really? What is that based on? Your feelings? Your feelings? I really like Jake. No, base it on facts. He is one of the most unreliable kickers
this season, for sure.
One of the
last
most
season
unreliable.
He was an All-Pro, which is crazy.
But I feel that Jake's just going to come through. Stop it.
Yeah, but to that person's point, the whole big kicks thing, the ones that he's missed, it's weird. The pressure is an impact for some players. And for Jake Elliott, when he has kicks to win games, he makes kicks to win games. I'm not saying he's been good this year, but if you look historically postseason, game-winning kicks, he's been really, really good. And he was an All-Pro last year. I'm with you on the Jake Elliott thing, but if you have confidence in him in big moments, his career would tell you he's come through every time.
His career would tell you that if you ignore this year, he's been one of the worst.
I'm talking about game winning or postseason kick.
Yeah, but I mean, this year is when we need him to use it. Not all those other years when he's been super reliable.
We might not have to. We might not.
If the offense looks like that, they're going to have to need.
We're going to have to.
You
relied on it for field goals yesterday.
Well, I think I found the perfect comp for this Philadelphia Eagles team, and you guys tell me this is crazy. But are they not the 2013 Seahawks? Russell Wilson, Jalen Hurts,
Legion
that
of Boom,
incredible
Brandon
defense.
Browner.
That team never gave up more than 17 points on their way to a Super Bowl victory. But
that's not fair to place that kind of burden on their shoulders. They have to play complimentary football. They preach complimentary football. Yesterday, that was the furthest thing from it.
Right. So hopefully they're more complimentary next week, either against the Vikings or the Rams. We'll talk more about the Philadelphia Eagles as our man Andrew DeCecco is in with us for the entire hour. We talked about Nakobe Dean and the impact of his loss, but let's talk about the rest of the dogs as well. Because, my God, they have just been so much fun to watch every single week, and it continued yesterday. We'll also get some more text messages. Hopefully we have some more happy texts. I don't know. Really, the only happy text, John, that we've gotten all day has been the guy to tell us to move on.
I swear.
It's been weird. It's been such a weird. The Eagles won the playoff game yesterday. They won. They're moving on. The season continues. We get to party again next week. Oh, what a strange day today. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.
42. I would love to just expose Connor Thomas.
No, you can. You can.
No, we'll leave him be. We'll leave him be.
Oh my gosh.
My God.
We're going to let CT ride on that one.
Yeah.
You guys are nicer than I am. That's terrible.
By yourself there, Connor.
Hall of Famer Russell Wilson. You guys love him.
Mm-hmm. He will be.
Yes,
a Hall
he will
of
be
Famer.
in the Hall of Fame.
He will absolutely be a Hall of
An
Famer. I
8-time
don't even
Pro
know how that's
Bowler.
a discussion.
An 8-time Pro Bowler with a Super Bowl ring and another trip to the Super Bowl.
Connor
Yes,
said,
he's going to stroll in the Hall of Fame.
Connor said, and I quote, Russell Wilson was not good.
He was
So
not good.
we weren't going to say it, but now we're going to say it.
In 2013.
He got
the year
covered by a really good defense.
No, he really didn't.
He really did.
26
He
touchdowns
really
with 9
did.
picks, dude, in that season.
Oh, my gosh.
The defense was very, very good, but so was Russell
Holy
Wilson,
moly.
man.
You might want to brush. You might want to brush up on your history there.
He's a little young.
All right.
He's a little young.
I'm
the same age as
we're the
don't do
same,
laugh.
we're the same
Right.
age.
It was just like senior year of high school or something.
All right. That's right. I was always a football guy. You weren't. So
That's clear.
let's talk about the Dogs, Andrew. Obviously, big loss of Nakobe Dean for what will be the rest of the playoffs and probably sometime next year, which sucks. But talk about the growth of Nolan Smith. We'll talk about Jalen Carter. We've been talking about him all season long. But the growth of Nolan Smith and what you saw him do yesterday, that guy, when it's cold outside, is going to be a freaking menace for people.
I'm glad you brought up Nolan Smith because every time his name comes up, you hear Nick Sirianni gush, and he always mentions about his physicality. At one point, he said, I think Nolan might be one of the most physical players on this football team. He's also said that about Josh Sweat. What I see from Nolan Smith, Andrew, is his physicality at the point of attack. He's excellent now at setting the edge. Block destruction. Talk to any Eagles defensive player, and they were going to tell you that block destruction has been a point of emphasis this season. He does that at a very high level. He's playing with a ton of confidence. So you have to – he's also up in weight, so I think he's probably closer to 250 now. And you have to give Nolan credit, but you also got to tip your hat to Jeremiah Washburn, the Eagles defensive end / outside linebackers coach, for what he's done with not only Nolan Smith, but Jalix Hunt is their third edge rusher in a playoff rotation.
Yes.
From Houston Christian, he's now your third edge rusher, and you also have a veteran like Charles Harris on the practice squad, and they're rolling with Jalix Hunt.
And they got after Love
is
pretty early on yesterday, and then they obviously got the ball out a lot quicker, which helped him out, helped him get in rhythm a little bit. And then Jalen Carter, his name wasn't mentioned much yesterday, but dude, I mean, he's still a freaking beast.
No, he was being absolutely tortured yesterday. They obviously focused everything on Jalen Carter.
Their mindset, it seemed to me, was let's not let Jalen Carter wreck our game plan. They wrecked their own game plan, but Jalen Carter he's held every game, and I view him, talking about the Georgia Bulldogs here, I view him as a top 3 defensive player in the NFL. Awesome. He is absolutely tremendous.
That's awesome, and not first team All Pro,
second team All Pro in his second season though. That's commendable. Absolutely.
It's still incredible. Just amazing that he didn't get first team All Pro. All right, Connor, what else do we have on the text line this morning? Are we getting any happy texts, or is it just...
No, we're getting a bunch of happy texts.
Okay. Well, that's good, because the only text we've heard has been we've read 4 texts. We got one positive text, which basically told us to shut up, and then everybody else is just the team stinks.
Matt from Marlton says, we need to pump the brakes. It wasn't pretty, but it's a W. The offense as a whole needs to improve, but the complementary side of the ball pays dividends. The defense was amazing yesterday. Go Birds.
Yeah. Matt from Marlton is a very rational gentleman, it sounds like.
That was definitely more rational. How about we check the phones out? Let's go to our man Black Gritty. What's up, BG?
What's up, BG?
Good morning, sunshines. Let me tell you something. The defense was amazing. When Dean went down, there was a little grab handsy thing going on where people were acting like they didn't want to tap it. They kept going for the ball. I'm like, right that ship, and we'll be right as rain. It sucks he went down, but the defense was immaculate. I don't know if anybody listening in the text line knows that the other team gets paid to play football, and they were top 5 defense, and my quarterback had 2 touchdowns. The other quarterback had, I don't know, how many touchdowns did he have? I know he had more interceptions. Okay, so if you want a guy who's going out there slinging the ball, then go be a Chargers fan and tell me how it feels to be a Herbert guy, okay? The guy's averaging 4.5 picks a playoff game. He had to control the ball because, the Packers lead the league in takeaways. So it didn't look pretty. It didn't look right. But guess what? Fourth quarter comes. My guy's walking down 7 minutes off the clock for a scoring drive. Let's shut the LL Cool J up and enjoy a victory Monday. Go Birds!
Damn right, BG. We appreciate it. Yeah, and that's the other thing. We're so focused on Eagles. And Jordan Love sucked yesterday. He was bad yesterday.
He was, like, awful.
Like, we're talking about how we had a texter earlier today say that the Eagles won the game yesterday without a quarterback, right? The Packers lost the game not because of, but one of the main reasons because of their quarterback yesterday. Why is it always Jalen Hurts stinks and not, hey, he was a lot better than freaking Jordan Love as the 3 picks.
If I see
he's
Jordan
better than Justin Herbert.
If I see Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, or any of them ahead of Jalen Hurts on a quarterback ranking this summer, I'm going to lose my mind. Don't, you know what? Don't even bring them up to me because I'm going to lose my mind because it just is sheer stupidity at this point.
But you know what the talking point's going to be today.
What?
It's going to be that Jalen Hurts, they won in spite of Jalen Hurts. And that's what it's going to be. I saw somebody tweet this out. I love Dan Orlovsky. You know that. We love having him on the show. He put out a tweet last night saying the conversation about Jalen Hurts this week is going to be very interesting.
Really? Why would it be?
Somebody
with
responded.
2 touchdowns. 10 for 12 out of the pocket.
Interesting for who? For him? It's,
right.
Nationally, maybe, but not locally.
But somebody responded and said, hey, I just went through your timeline. You did not tweet once about Herbert. And
Where is
Herbert
it?
was hard. He didn't tweet, I went through it. He didn't tweet once about Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert was the worst quarterback on the field this weekend.
I like whoever that was to hold him accountable.
Yeah.
There has to be accountability.
Come on, man. We believe in accountability on this show, which we will get to some accountability in the 9 o'clock hour with John Kincade.
We need it.
Accountability.
There will be accountability, John Kincade.
Okay. I don't know what it could be about.
I'm going to hold you to it.
You're back to work for first time in a week, and you're going to be getting accountability
you
with me?
accountable, man.
What the hell are you doing?
All right, coming up
What did I miss?
next, our man Andrew DeCecco with us for another segment. If there's any questions for Andrew DeCecco, you can text him in or call him in at 610-632-0975. We'll get to some more text messages. And John brought up the matchup and what you saw yesterday. Could the Vikings or the Rams expose the Eagles more? We'll ask Andrew DeCecco who he prefers the Eagles to see on Sunday. We'll discuss that next. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Moving on to the next round. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles have advanced to the divisional round of the postseason with a 22-10 win over the Green Bay Packers yesterday at the Link. The Birds forced 4 turnovers in the game. The defense clearly made their mark in this one, including Quinyon Mitchell's first career interception to ice things. But Jalen Hurts and the offense looked a little bit rough. They looked a little shaky. Nick Sirianni talked about it after the game.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. You know, we made errors as coaches, and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
We'll see if the Birds can take care of that ahead of their next matchup. They'll play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. at the Link. They'll also have to overcome a big defensive injury. Nakobe Dean carted off with what appeared to be a serious knee injury. We'll keep you updated on his status. The Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night in Orlando. The bigger news, they changed their stadium plans. No more Center City plans. They're looking to build a new building down in South Philadelphia at the Sports Complex. Flyers-Panthers tonight, 7 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. This update's brought to you by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Coming January 25th, the biggest fighting event ever to hit Philadelphia. Knucklemania 5 from Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship Saturday, January 25th at Wells Fargo Center. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic,
on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Check our text line coming up in a little bit. Our man Andrew DeCecco with us for one more final segment. Always love talking to Andrew about the game that happened. What other takeaways have you had so far? I mean, we've talked about the offense and the game plan from Kellen Moore, the questionable game plan. Jalen Hurts' play itself. John was a little upset with the performance of the offensive line yesterday at times.
I've been waiting to hear Andrew on this because you do study that very closely.
Yeah, look, it wasn't perfect, John, but the Packers have some good players there. Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary. But there were times, look at that Jahan Dotson touchdown where it felt like Jalen Hurts was standing back there for 19 seconds. It's very hard to have as clean a pocket as they've given him at certain points in yesterday's game. But there were times that there was breakdowns in protection, especially around the interior. It's uncharacteristic to have all-pro players on that offensive line. So, yeah, I mean, I think that they will tell you, they'll be the first ones to tell you that they need to get better. And Jordan Mailata said, if it wasn't for that defense, I mean, we owe a lot to him. And I'm paraphrasing there, but he knows that they wouldn't have won that game without the defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, they can't. That offense can't continue to play that way. It can't, and you've said it very clearly. Starting next Sunday,
it's been a while. Like though, is that we've really.
It really, yeah, you're right.
I mean, the fact that they trailed in 10 games this year of their 17, which is a high number for a lot of the playoff teams.
Yeah.
It's not like this hasn't been a great.
Right. It wasn't just yesterday.
Right.
It's been really all season. And if Saquon Barkley isn't getting off to a fast start, that offense really staggers its way through the game. And the defense has done enough to propel them forward. But that's a big ask for them, especially when you're playing some of the upper echelon teams. The Eagles are a team that prioritizes complementary football, and this would be a good time to do it.
It also helped for Saquon Barkley to get to a hot start if they give him the ball in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
And he got off to a good start.
It's another thing I can't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. He had 41 yards, I think, going in the second quarter.
That would not
in the
be
second quarter.
That would not be the time to go away from the run.
Like Kellen Moore, it's like, well, wait a minute. Now they're going to be expecting it. When they were expecting it, they couldn't stop him. That's what just.
And then when they do go to the pass, it was these slow developing routes. Very, I don't know. It was a very truncated offense. It was very bizarre to me.
Saquon Barkley had 9 carries, by the way, in the first half.
Oh my gosh.
Jalen Hurts dropped back 14 times. He also did he have any design runs in the first half? There's 2 carries.
I think he did.
So let's say one was a design run. So Jalen Hurts dropped back to pass 15 times in the first half. Saquon Barkley had 9 carries. 9 carries for 58 yards.
Yeah.
And yet they still didn't use them enough. And I get it. You got to be balanced, right? It can't just be run. But it also can't be pass, especially when you're not throwing the ball well.
When they know that they have A.J. Brown not being A.J. Brown, I think that contributed to some of it. It shouldn't have to the length that it did.
Yeah, but they still had Dallas Goedert, who was very effective in that game.
Sure.
They still have Devontae Smith, who I thought was criminally underutilized in that game. So there's not a ton of excuses that you can make. I thought that was a very poor showing from Kellen Moore. And as we've said for the last hour, we're not absolving Jalen Hurts at all.
Right.
But there's many factors at play here that contributed to a lackluster offensive showing.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. You predicted it, a Darius Slay interception. He's still a very good footballer.
He's outstanding.
That's nice of you to say.
Well, you know how I feel about Darius Slay. I'm a big fan of his, and I think he's disrespected in this city.
I think he's one of the most disrespected athletes in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I feel very comfortable in saying that. How he's perceived from the outside is a stark contrast to how he's perceived inside that building in terms of his leadership, taking players like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean under his wing and setting them, and not only them, but younger players up for success. He's been very vocal in trying to pave the way for the next crop of NFL stars. Selfless guy and a very good leader.
Love hearing that, man.
Boy, that should be on his resume.
Yeah, it should be.
Because that's fantastic.
Andrew DeCecco said it. All right, so tonight we get to watch the Vikings and the Rams. The Vikings are still 2.5-point favorites, by the way, on the road in Arizona, was it?
Is that where they're playing?
This all
they're in
playing in
Phoenix.
Arizona.
Yeah, this all broke down when
they're
I was
playing in Arizona.
when I was dying.
Yeah.
So I know that they had to move because of the wildfires, and obviously our thoughts go out to everybody in Los Angeles. But the Vikings tonight, 2.5-point favorites on the road in L.A. I'll ask you two questions. One, what would you prefer for the Eagles' sake, and what do you believe will happen tonight?
That's a tough one. I think this is actually going to be a really good game. Honestly, I think that might be one of the better games of the wild card slate. That being said, if I'm the Eagles, you're looking for the Rams to win that game.
Okay.
On a short week, go across the country, play the Philadelphia Eagles in the chilly confines of Lincoln Financial Field, a team in which they beat you 37-20 in L.A.
And Saquon ran for 250?
255.
I mean, they already remember.
True.
Saquon did whatever he wanted to do against that team.
And A.J. scored in that game. They had the full playbook available to them. The Rams weren't able to do anything to stop them. Yes, Matthew Stafford, and I'm a big Matthew Stafford guy. You guys know that. But
he doesn't like the cold.
He doesn't like the cold, and the way that Nolan Smith's playing right now, the way that Jalen Carter has played all season long, all-pro Jalen Carter, I think you take those chances.
Okay. Now, what do you believe happens?
So the other part of that is I think the Rams actually do win that game because of the experience of Matthew Stafford, because Puka Nacua, because they have Cooper Kupp. They have some defensive pieces there that I think are strong in of itself. They don't have a collective unit like the Eagles do, but they have enough there to wreak havoc on untested Sam Darnold.
Now, the thing is that then, though, if the Rams get in here, would you be more concerned Matt Stafford coming in or Sam Darnold coming in? Because when Sam Darnold comes in, it seems like, you'd worry about Stafford. But when Sam Darnold comes in, you get that Minnesota defense.
And Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, exactly.
Who the Eagles have done a great job against.
Slay.
I feel like it's Russian roulette.
I understand.
I don't want to
totally fair.
At some point, Justin Jefferson's going to make them look
that's
stupid.
totally fair.
And now that Nakobe Dean's out, little bit of difference there.
Yeah,
yes.
The Rams thing that just scares me, right? And I'm pro-Rams. I think they win the game. Is that game that they had against Buffalo? Just like seeing that they're capable of that. Minnesota doesn't remotely have a game like that on their resume. Like the teams that they have beaten, not anything crazy. I know the record looks good, but if you're telling me Sam Darnold or a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know. I think there's a strong argument for both teams.
Don't forget Brian Flores overseeing that defense. He's
I got you.
Pretty creative, and he likes to throw a lot of pressure. So, I mean, that's something to consider as well. I think the Rams would be the more favorable opposition if I'm the Eagles, but I can understand both sides.
The week ahead, obviously Nick Sirianni will speak today, but tomorrow is usually when the coordinators speak. I'm curious. I can't wait to hear Kellen Moore's press conference.
I've never said those words. I can't believe you're going to say it.
I'm excited for it.
Really?
I need him to try to explain what Sunday was about. Yesterday was about. If you're Kellen Moore, what would your answer be? Like, how do you explain yesterday's game plan? Because we have been feeling perplexed all morning today, but this isn't a revisionist history thing. Like, I was watching the game yesterday going, what's going on? The amount of people that tweeted in live, right? Why aren't they running the football?
I have a feeling you're going to get an answer that's going to be very perplexing, something to the effect of, we wanted to get Jalen going. We were trying to get him into a rhythm. And I guess that's probably what he's going to lean into because there's no other reason, there's no other answer that he could provide that would make any semblance of sense here. But I think that it was probably because they believe that they saw something on tape they could exploit on their back end. They had two inexperienced corners in Keyshawn Nixon and Carrington Valentine that they thought they were going to be able to exploit, and that's what they were trying to do.
I'm checking into a hotel next time as Carrington Valentine.
It's a good name.
It sounds like a soap opera name. It's like that doesn't even sound real.
University of Kentucky is his second NFL season.
Yeah, you would know that. That's amazing.
Yeah, of course he would.
That's amazing work.
And he watched tape on him, I guarantee.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. So we get to talk to you again on Wednesday for the midweek report, and then of course you come in for the entire hour on Friday, leading up to Eagles, and we'll find out tonight whether it's the Vikings or the Rams. What's the rest of the schedule for Andrew DeCecco? Where can we read your work? You do a tremendous job, dude. We really mean it from the bottom of our hearts. You did a great job covering the Eagles. I know you do a great job doing stuff with us all season long. So where can we find you? And, of course, where can we find you this week on the station?
Thank you so much. Well, you can stay plugged into everything that I report that I tweet out on X at Andrew DeCecco. Very simple. InsideTheBirds.com for all my written work. I'll have my rookie diary with Will Shipley doing it this week. Couldn't do it last week because I was sick. And I'll be doing all Birds Extra tonight. Birds Insider Thursday. I got my appearance with you guys, of course, on Friday, doing the check-in on Wednesday.
Wow.
And I probably will be doing Best Show Ever, a segment. We couldn't get that done last week because I was out, but I think that will probably be a go this week.
That's a busy week.
Yeah.
Good. We'll put you to work.
Good. We want to put him to work.
Looking
Andrew,
forward to
listen,
it.
brother, we appreciate the time as
Good
always,
job,
man.
man.
You're doing such a great
Thank you,
job,
guys.
and we can't wait to talk to you again on Wednesday. So we're still working. Andrew just had to work an hour today.
Oh, wait
All
a
right?
minute. He's working more than that.
That's true. He's got the press conferences to go to and then all the locker room stuff. But John and I will continue until the Mike Missanelli show comes your way at 10 o'clock.
I'm looking forward to hearing from Mike and Bill today because I sort of don't know where they're going to be on it.
No idea. You're right. And I will say this. I saw Mike's tweets. He was very much like me that the Packers were done. So, like,
he's felt that way.
He felt that way pretty early on as well, that Eagles team, regardless of the slow start on offense, would be just fine. Speaking of the slow start on offense and maybe shaky first games in the playoffs, John Kincade has put together a list of the first playoff games for the Eagles and how maybe, just maybe, this is something that we are used to seeing for the Philadelphia Eagles, especially in promising seasons. We'll get into that coming your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatics.
Victory Monday morning, presented to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. All right, we'll get to our texts and calls coming up. Johnny, you have a list that I hope makes people happier.
Is it? I hope it will.
It should.
I hope it will. I'm going to just give you a bunch of games, and I'm not going to take a long time with this, but because I referenced the one before. Remember 2017, that game versus the Falcons?
Yes.
On a year when you won a championship. The Eagles looked terrible that day.
Yeah.
They looked rusty. They had the bye. They looked off. Foles and the offense were horrendous, and they won. And then they turned the next two games. Nick Foles put on a Superman cape and looked like something we've never seen before.
Absolutely.
Remember the reason you got to go to the New Orleans game and play where Alshon Jeffrey dropped the ball right in his hands?
And if he doesn't, I think they win that game.
I do too.
Yep.
And then they play the Rams. I think they could have won that game.
Who Doug Peterson owned.
Ugly double doink.
That's right.
In Chicago. You didn't deserve to win that. You scored a touchdown with 50 seconds to go?
Golden tape, baby.
And then the double doink. The 2004, the Eagles went to the Super Bowl against the Vikings. They puttered in that game after the bye until late in the third quarter did they finally start to put the game away. But people are biting their nails and wondering what's going on with this Eagles team. They ended up going to a Super Bowl that year in T.O.'s year with no T.O., and that was part of the problem. In 2006, remember that Giants wild card game? You put it probably with one of your earliest memories.
Yeah.
Back then, that they won 23-20. Akers hits the field goal as time runs out. They mess around all day long. Look like they're going to give up a game at home to the Giants. 2003 versus the Packers. It took you 4th and 26 after the bye to survive the Packers and win a game in overtime. 2002, you play the Falcons after a bye week. And you play like garbage, and you have to pull out a 20-6 win over Mike Vick and the Falcons. It happens all the time with this franchise. Now, I realize they've only won one Super Bowl, so you might say, well, that's going to make my case for me. But what I'm going to tell you is almost every single one of those games, you saw a rebound game afterwards where they played much better. They didn't always win, but they played much better. The Eagles played much better that day in New Orleans than they did in Chicago. They didn't win. Alshon drops it at the end, and that wasn't the one thing that cost them. But so just don't put too much on, well, that means what it's going to be for the rest of the
Look, they're going to be the better team regardless of who the opponent is on Sunday. They just need to click on offense more.
I'm going to go as far as to say I have a feeling that that next week's opponent will appear on paper to be easier than playing the Packers.
Interesting.
Really?
That's early, but yeah, early. The balance of Green Bay was with them on both sides of the ball statistically in almost every category. Every single category.
Yeah, you're right.
Everything we did well, Green Bay did almost as well.
Yeah.
And what does scare me is that Minnesota defense. I will root for the Rams heavily tonight to win that game.
And you also saw the Eagles already handled this Rams team pretty well this year.
And unless Kellen gets really cute, decides, yeah, we're not going to run him. Why do we want to run?
I hope that's not the case, Johnny.
We keep saying that.
The more I think about it, the more I lean towards Minnesota being the team I want to come here.
Because you think they're fraudulent, and you've been saying that.
Yeah. And it's just the Darnold Stafford thing. I don't think there's a world where I can convince anybody that Sam Darnold is winning a playoff game at Lincoln Financial Field. And I think I could do that with Matt Stafford.
Yeah, because the guy's won a Super Bowl.
I don't think a reality exists where Darnold wins that game.
Wow. Darnold, here, just like with Jalen Hurts, though, Connor, he doesn't have to win it. They can win it a variety of ways.
Yeah.
And their defense, by the way, is going to be harder to play against than Green Bay's. And Green Bay's defense was pretty stout.
See,
and Minnesota's is going to be better.
I'm going to start my own fence company. Like Bill Colarulo had his fence company. Connor worked with him earlier this year. I don't care who they face. They're going to win.
I'm going to put it this way. I said it before. They weren't going to lose a home playoff game. I don't believe they're losing anybody either. But I do believe an afternoon would be easier if you're playing the Rams.
We can talk preference. We did that last week before we found out that it was the Packers. But I said the same thing. Packers or Commanders, it don't matter. Eagles win. Rams or Vikings, it doesn't matter. Eagles win. They should win. I believe they will win. Let's go to Michael in PA. Michael, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yo, happy Victory Monday, guys.
Yo, what's up, Coach Mike?
Man, I am so done with these Negadelphia fans, man. We saw Stroud throw an interception. We saw Herbert with 4 turnovers. We saw Baker, even though he played a good game, we saw him fumble the game away. The game is about keeping the ball. That quarterback position is about keeping the ball out of harm's way. Jalen knows with this offensive line, with this running back, and with this defense that we have, his job is just not to turn the ball over, and we're going to win the game. So when you look at the stats at the end of the game, he has 2 touchdowns, over 100 QBR, and people are complaining.
Now, I will say this, Michael, because, look, you know me. I wanted the offense to be run first. I did not want Jalen to throw the ball more than 25 times in games.
Yep.
But that wasn't as crisp as it was during the regular season. Like, there was a major difference. You can't go 2 quarters without a completion. You can't have 39 yards in the second half total,
Correct.
right? Now, he then eventually turned it on, but this goes back to our points of if you're playing the Lions, it's a different conversation. Fortunately, they were not playing the Lions yesterday.
And I put that a little bit more on Kellen Moore than Jalen. There were a lot of downfield route combinations. There were a lot of times we got behind the sticks, 3rd and long, and we were doing a lot of lateral stuff with Saquon on screens and stuff like that. So I put that a little more on Kellen.
Yeah, that one I hated.
Jalen.
On that 3rd and 3, that second possession. Just go north and south. They weren't stopping you.
South. Yeah, everything we were doing north and south was working.
Yes.
And even with the design quarterback runs were working. So stick to that. Stop getting fancy. I guarantee you, with the way that this week is going to go, whoever we're playing is going to be on a short week. We're going to have an explosive game, just like John was predicting, and we're going to see the offense take off, whether it's Minnesota we're playing or the Rams. Guys, I don't have either or. I don't have a preference. Like you guys, like Connor was saying, Minnesota, I can't see Sam Darnold going off. I can't see that. But with the Rams, we've already proven that we can handle them. We've proven that Saquon has their number. So it doesn't matter who we play. The only way we lose is if we beat ourselves.
You're the man, Mike. We appreciate the call,
Thank you,
brother.
buddy.
I'm looking
at I really do. I'm thinking my first – now, this may all change by Friday. But my first look at it, I think I'm going to be more confident about them playing – this game, and I was confident last week.
I love that. I'm looking at that 3rd drive. 17-yard run, 15-yard run, 3-yard run, 4-yard run. That makes it 3rd and 3. 6-yard run, 1st down, 2-yard run. Your next 4 plays. 10-yard pass. All right, awesome. Incomplete pass, incomplete pass, incomplete pass. This was when they were on the 13-yard line. Field goal. Like,
yes.
What was that? What was that? Kellen Moore was questionable yesterday.
Kellen Moore is disappointing me, and I pimped him all summer.
Yes, you did. You did pimp him all summer. It was amazing to watch. All right, coming up next, we'll check more of your text messages. Speaking of text messages, one sent by John Kincade last night that must be addressed. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday morning. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles advance. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds are moving on to the next round of the postseason with a 22-10 win over the Green Bay Packers yesterday. 4 turnovers highlighted this that the Eagles forced. The defense clearly made their mark in this one. Jalen Hurts and the offense, though, well, they struggled a little bit at points, and Nick Sirianni talked about correcting things at their next matchup.
We got to correct this tape. We have things that we have to get better from this tape. We're coming back to work. We made errors as coaches, and we made errors as players, and we're going to go back and get those fixed.
But a win is a win, and the Eagles will now play the winner of tonight's Vikings-Rams game. The time for that match will be Sunday at 3 p.m., whoever comes out of that game. The Birds will also have to overcome a big defensive injury with Nakobe Dean getting carted off with what appeared to be a serious knee injury in yesterday's game. Sixers fell to the Magic 104-99 last night in Orlando. Bigger news, their stadium plans have changed. They're planning now in South Philadelphia at the stadium complex to build a new stadium instead of the Center City plans. Flyers-Panthers tonight at 7 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center. You can hear that game here on The Fanatic. This update's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. The fully electric EQS sedan from Mercedes-Benz is an innovation on a magnificent scale. Available with the Epic 56-inch touch-sensitive hyperscreen. Visit mbUSA.com/EQS. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Not only can you listen to The Fanatic, but you can also watch on 97.
live on Kincade Salciunas on this Victory Monday morning, presented to you by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. All right, let's check the text line. We'll get to a couple of calls as the Eagles won yesterday. Hasn't necessarily felt like a fun day for Eagles fans. It's been fun for us.
I'm having a blast.
It's been great. Like 3.5 hours in, can't believe it's already 9:30. But there just seems to have been a lot of I don't know, like doom and gloom Eagles fans today, which I'm amazed by. I know it didn't go the way that anybody wanted it to, especially when it was 10-0 at halftime. It felt like it could have been, 17-0 minimum?
Oh, 17-0 would have been minimum.
Yeah, minimum. I get it.
Now they got the gift of McManus missing the
Yes, that's true.
field goal.
That's true. And look,
it could have easily been 20-3 at half.
Right.
Something like that. 17-3 at half, even more. It just wasn't.
And that needs to improve. But to all of a sudden believe like that will be the norm and it won't improve, I find that very interesting.
Yeah, but here's like the problem is, and I'm with you guys. I'm positive after that game. There's stuff to work on. But the tough thing with this team, and especially now that we're in the postseason, is every game's the Super Bowl. Because every game, there's going to be a large portion of this fan base that superimposes like this game onto a Super Bowl situation. Like, what if you play this game against Buffalo or Kansas City or something like that, or even Detroit in the NFC Championship game? And yesterday wasn't an NFC Championship game performance or a Super Bowl performance. That's okay because it wasn't. But when the expectation is to win it all, every game is going to be put as like, what if they play this game at that time? And that's where I think all this angst is coming from.
And I get it, but what have the Eagles done this year to make you think that would be the norm?
Yeah, I mean, I don't...
Like they're 14-3.
No, they're 15-3.
Thank you. They're 15-3.
Seriously, it's what's funny is sometimes we wander around to it. That could have been 6:01 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, context. But we talk stuff out.
Yeah.
It's the idea is what you just said is brilliant.
Thank you.
It's what's to say? Why would anybody be saying, oh, yeah, that's the norm? It hasn't been the norm, and yesterday it was. And I just gave you a laundry list of first playoff games from 8 different seasons where the Eagles' first playoff game, they played their worst.
So?
And whatever it is.
Expect it to be better next week. If it's not better next week and they squeak by another win and then it's Detroit, we'll have that, especially on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, we'll have the conversation.
And more importantly, they are one step away, to me, from being where I expected them to be all along from the summer. And people thought I was joking around when I'm like, you got plans.
You were serious.
And I was serious about it.
January 26th.
But I also did not take the leap of saying anything beyond that.
Right. Well, you took that leap a month ago when you started making reservations.
We got reservations.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So
the tough
favor of that.
We got a tough result last night though, because you're going on the road for the NFC Championship game. Like you are. You know that now. Detroit is going to beat the brakes off of Washington.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's 8.5. 8.5
Here's the only thing I would say to you on that is that I believe Washington will move the ball all day long on Detroit.
They could. Detroit's defense is leaking oil.
I don't believe the Washington defense is ready to slow them down enough. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think the Lions handle their business on Saturday.
That's the way it looks. It looks like NFC title game dreams may be over. And that could be their Super Bowl. Washington winning that wild card game.
Yeah.
First game in 20 years. That could be their Super Bowl. The way they celebrated, and my man Bram on air and everything, the way they celebrated, certainly seemed that.
Hey, look, congratulations to a very successful season.
No, great year.
Incredible season. And you should be excited if you're a Commanders fan.
I said it over and over again, that all along, that it was Jalen, to me, Jaden Daniels going to Washington is a huge problem.
Yep.
It was I didn't like it before the draft. I was pissed the Bears didn't make the right call. Oh, my gosh.
We have to address something, John.
What is that?
Connor, something must be addressed.
Yeah, very much so.
What is that?
So, we've had this conversation on this show, multiple times, including just 1 week ago today.
About what?
I asked you 1 week ago today about this time, because this is when we normally see Bill. And I asked you Do you have any concern that Bill Colarulo shaving his head and the beard messes with any sort of juju? And you said,
Okay.
no, I don't believe in jinxes. We don't
No,
have
I don't
any
believe
impact.
that someone shaving their head,
Okay.
that a random fan shaving their head would have anything to do with the game.
I'm
Correct.
wearing my sweatshirt, my Eagles sweatshirt, on purpose today because this was the lucky sweatshirt when the Eagles won
That got
the
washed.
Super Bowl, in which you mockingly laugh at me, saying that sweatshirt had no impact with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl that year.
No, because it changed maybe the washing of. No, what I said is the washing of it may have had an impact. You believed in a superstition.
That
Yes, I
sounds
did.
like- that
Yes, I
sounds
did.
revisionist.
All right, no. If it's not brought up, you can grab the audio. If it's not brought up, breakfast on me.
I think you backed your way into that take, Johnny.
No. If the audio's brought up, I'll say it to you. If I did not bring up at the time, I said, how do you know that the washing of it wasn't what caused you to have good luck?
Felt tongue-in-cheek at the time.
Yeah, it did.
No.
Because you have made it very clear.
On that, absolutely, Colin.
You have made
Okay,
it very
so then it's
clear.
tongue-in-cheek.
No,
so you
it's
just
not. No, because I don't believe in jinx. That's why yesterday. No, that is exactly why yesterday I gave you the black cat because I'm running the Fanatic website. I'm running the Fanatic site, but whoa.
It's not just Black Cat, my man.
Yes. I said, seriously, Tunas? Because what did I have to do? I had to deal with all the people. I'm running the Fanatic site, and then everyone's like, oh, my gosh. Seriously? Because I try to retweet our fine personalities when I'm running that, and then I get inundated with, are you kidding me? Oh, my God. This is stupid. Everything. And I'm like, seriously, Tunas? You're doing this to me?
So
I'm just
I
trying
put
to
out
enjoy
this
the
tweet
game.
at 6:06 yesterday. The Packers offense will not all of a sudden figure out the Eagles defense. This game is over, in my opinion, but I think we would all love to see the Eagles offense look much better in the second half for our sanity moving forward.
And 7 minutes later,
I was destroyed by many, many people.
you were getting crushed. And I have to, the thing is, the person who's dealing with the website, the feed that day, you can do it next game because then you get inundated with everybody and the job is to interact.
However,
so I'm interacting for you.
Your interaction was 55 minutes later when the Packers made it a one-score game.
No,
And
it wasn't.
Connor,
No, it was not. It was not 55 minutes later. It was not. Absolutely was
I put
not.
out the tweet.
He scored.
At
they scored.
6:06.
No, when they were up, you put it out after the Dallas Goedert touchdown.
No, I put it out at halftime.
No, you put that out at Dallas Goedert's touchdown.
6:06.
He has the timestamp.
Right.
It's on Twitter.
And then everybody's inundating me with, come on.
You tweeted
Seriously?
the Black Cat at 7:01.
No, the Fanatic did.
Okay,
because I have
sorry.
to do that.
You then texted our group chat.
And I said,
I
seriously?
swear, Tunis, which very much seemed like a you better not have jinxed the team text.
I think I said, seriously, Tunis? I think is what I tweeted. I don't think
Tunis, with the red emoji where
Right,
it's blocking out curse words. You're cursing at me via
because
emoji.
I'm having to do that. You just tweet something out. I'm having to do it, and I got all these people tweeting at the Fanatic site.
and I wasn't getting the
giving me
tweets.
grief. I'm saying, let it breathe. I'm trying to showcase, if
Let it
Tyrone,
breathe or don't jinx it.
if
Is that what you're
Tyrone
saying?
says Tyrone says something nice, if that's interesting and compelling, if Connor just checks out, I don't know where he is on Twitter.
What do you mean? I tweeted.
I didn't
a
see
bunch.
much. Why I'm trying to find innovative, interesting stuff.
Well, no, I don't do that.
I'm tweeting that stuff out. Then I get to deal with it. So I'm saying this.
Well, wouldn't you say that the Black Cat is a
Yes, and it's
jinx?
because
Bad
of,
luck.
It's not for me. Not for me, as I said to you.
Now we're doing mental
wasn't for
gymnastics.
you.
Look at the feed. I'm speaking for the fan base of the radio station.
Do your joints hurt from that stretch?
No, because go to my feed. Because I also tweeted from my feed. And I didn't have anything. There's no jinxing. There's no such thing as a stupid jinx. There's nothing that's going to do it.
You sounded a little worried of a jinx yesterday, Johnny.
No, I was tired of having to deal with your nonsense.
My nonsense that was accurate, correct, and spot on.
In 2020 hindsight, it was. It absolutely was. In a one-score game,
Two-score game.
It was a one-score game.
10-0.
It's a one-score game in the second half. So at that point, people are all going, seriously?
I put out
Why'd
the tweet
you do
when
that?
it was 10-0.
I understand. But the fans are going, shut up, Chunas. Did
Connor?
you get enough of those?
I got a million of those.
Well, guess
Trust
what?
me.
My favorite morning show with Andrew Salciunas and Jinx Kincade.
Oh, I'm
Jinx
gonna let
Kincade, Johnny Jinx.
Connor's going to take it next time because the next game I'm not doing this, having to deal with that nonsense. We'll let you do it.
Saying,
and Connor
man.
do it because you can't run that
Stand
page.
by your Jinx.
You can't run that page as yourself. When you're doing
You're
the
right.
Fanatic page, you have to run it as
Professional.
down the level, down the line. You're trying to
Journalist.
be
Johnny
Yeah.
Journalist.
That's why I went to
That's
my
one
own
of your
page.
many hats.
Please,
All right, coming
not
up
next game. It's not.
We checked your text messages, and we'll discuss it. What is our preference? We find out tonight. Vikings or Rams?
We know
discuss
our
that.
preference now, though.
Yes, we do. Well, we'll discuss that more next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows no matter.
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Check our text line momentarily. So I'm on the fence for tonight's game in terms of who I would prefer. So you seem to prefer the Rams a little bit more, and Connor prefers the Vikings a little bit more. And it's fascinating, right? Because we've seen the Rams. We've seen the Eagles beat the Rams. We've seen Saquon Barkley run all over the Rams. But I also totally understand Connor's point. Like, it is still Matt Stafford. It is still Sean McVay, Super Bowl winning quarterback, Super Bowl winning head coach. Whereas you have a young, coach, even though he's pretty successful in McConnell, but then also Sam Darnold. And did Sam Darnold win? We talked about the Commanders maybe winning their Super Bowl yesterday. Did the Vikings win their Super Bowl over the Packers in Week 17? And that's why they completely laid an egg in Week 18 against the Lions.
Yeah, to me, is that Connor's thought process on this has intrigued me. That maybe the fact that they lost that Detroit game maybe just sinks them.
Here's my problem with my theory. If I'm right, then we're playing the Rams. Because if I'm right, Minnesota's not winning tonight. Like, that's the tough thing.
Right. And here's the thing. Is there concern that if they do win tonight, now all of a sudden their sales are back? Like,
no.
Can you say a sale is sunk in and then they win a playoff game against a good Rams team and then all of a sudden, like, sink again?
No, because it's not so much. The momentum thing isn't even the total. The momentum thing to me for the Vikings is more their season is over one way or another. They're not winning 3 road games to get to the Super Bowl. It would have been totally different if they were the 1 seed. But the biggest thing is just like I cannot see in reality Sam Darnold at the end of a game at Lincoln Financial Field like having that conversation with reporters saying, yeah, I can't wait to play in the NFC Championship game.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I can't see Sam Darnold. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I could see Matt Stafford winning a football game.
You could see him coming in. I could not.
I could see more so than Sam Darnold.
No, I mean, if you're comparing the two of them, absolutely. But it's not Sam Darnold and Matthew Stafford walking in with a sword and going up like Braveheart. It's the team surrounding them. And the team that Sam Darnold would bring to town is much more intimidating.
Yeah, as much as like the defense, which is what you're talking about. That's why I'm on the fence. Like, I think the Eagles can beat both these teams. So
they win either game.
I honestly don't really have a preference. Like, I am ahead of myself.
Pick
like,
one, coward.
No, I'm ahead of myself. Like, I'll see in Detroit. Like, regardless. Like, part of me can just close my eyes tonight and not watch the game. Now, I will. But part of me could close my eyes tonight and go, all right, whatever happens, happens. The Eagles are winning next Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't think they're losing a home game. We talked to Matt Ryan last week. Winning in Philadelphia, he's like, it's crazy. Jeff Kerr put out the stat last night. 3 consecutive playoff games at home, giving up 10 points or less, is the first team in the NFL to do that since the 2001 to 2003 Eagles.
Right.
Did it. Like, I mean, it rarely happens. They're on a roll. They're on a great roll.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, you can text in, call in 610-632-0975. We have our key 3 coming up in a few minutes. Let's go to Ronnie in West Philly. What up, Ronnie? Yo, Ronnie.
How y'all doing, man? Good morning.
Ronnie.
Happy Monday. Victory Monday, fellas. How
Damn
y'all
right.
doing,
Absolutely
Good,
awesome.
Man. It was, and I will say, a lot of negativity, but to all the, naysayers and negative Nancy's, look, man, I was at the stadium last night. I was at the game. For one thing, that opening sequence was one of the most electric things I've ever
when Burks hit that, when he popped the kick returner, I imagine that place went nuts.
The thing is, fellas, nobody sat down from the time the sax came off the national anthem, which was Philadelphia in itself, saxophone. It's Jazz City. So we love that. That fires everybody up. We didn't sit down for the first 15, 20 minutes. I swear everybody was standing up. It was so electric. The Riley Towle moment into that being the first play. And that first drive, the offense was beautiful. Like you said, 2 runs. Jalen sits in the pocket for a minute, and then throws that dot to Dotson. And then we go away from it. Like you said on that third drive, we go run, 17-yard run, 14-yard run, Jalen, and we go away from that. And I think, I'm excited for that Kellen Moore press conference, too, just to see how we'll adapt. But what I will say, this team has shown that ability to adapt all year. Since week 5, we've seen the problems, and they make adjustments. I believe, like you said, I don't really care who's coming in next Sunday. I think the only team that can beat us is ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Sincerely, right? You know what I mean?
I'll give you that. They're not losing. They're not losing unless they fail to execute.
And thanks for the call, Ronnie. And here's the thing,
you,
and that's why we go back to the very salient point that I made last week or last segment. According to John Kincade, he said it was a great point that wasn't the norm yesterday.
No.
Like, I expect them to bounce back more than them to continue what they did yesterday.
I gave you 8 playoff games where the playoff seasons where the Eagles won a game And the next game they played better. They didn't win all those games, but they're statistically and everything played better. And so don't just take the first game and think, well, that's what it's going to be.
I'm still amazed by that third drive that we went through where they ran the ball 17 yards, 15 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards, 6 yards, 2 yards to set up a 2nd and 8 to get a 10-yard pass. It's first down from the Green Bay 13. Pass. I'm still shocked by that, especially if I pull up the first half numbers. So Saquon was 9 of 58. That's 6.4 yards per carry. Kenny G, on his 2 touches, was 2 for 8, 4 yards per carry. So it's not like Saquon was out getting a breather and you couldn't hand the ball off to Kenneth Gainwell. Kellen Moore, it was odd decision-making yesterday. Why could you be so dominant up front and then say, yeah, but we don't want to keep doing that?
I don't understand it, and unfortunately, the Kellen Moore press conference is going to give us nothing. Because Kellen gives nothing.
He's very robotic, almost like Jalen Hurts. More
he's
personable, but has robotic answers.
He's very personable. It's just, but I need answers. I need answers for what that went on yesterday. It's crazy.
We've seen that kind of game from this Eagles team this year. Like, we've seen games similar to that where there's questions about the play calling and the way they're executing on offense and everything. Post-bye week, they never did it 2 times in a row. Never even came close to doing it 2 times in a row. If they had, like, a weird game post-bye week, they probably won it, and then they came out and showed us what we wanted to see, like, immediately the next week.
Right. And so I expect that to happen this week.
Here's the only thing that I concern myself with.
What's that?
Is A.J. Brown. Because A.J. Brown, and I'm glad to see Andrew DeCecco, because we were not next to each other. I'm glad he saw the same thing. I focused on him so much yesterday. A.J. Brown he's not totally healthy. He did not have a bunch of separation yesterday. It wasn't that they just weren't throwing to him.
Right. By the way, speaking of A.J. Brown.
Yes.
The book, Inner Excellence.
Selling out or what?
I just looked at, I saw a tweet from the Sporting News, and I just confirmed it by going to the website itself. Inner Excellence, the book that A.J. Brown was reading on the sideline yesterday, is currently number 1 on Amazon's bestsellers list.
And that's fantastic. And more important, because what?
That's awesome.
Okay, has A.J. Brown learned a lot about excellence at his job, at his chosen craft? It must work. And I love the fact that his book was all dog-eared and highlighted and lines were under it. He showed it to the press corps. That's impressive.
I just hope the dude who wrote that is not a football fan at all and has no idea. And he's like, what in the world is just happening to that book selling right now?
His name's Jim Murphy. You know who Jim Murphy is?
Who's that?
He's the freaking Dance on My Own guy. He's probably
he's Callum Scott.
Yeah, he's like, what is happening right now?
What?
No, they're not. I'm not saying they're the same person. I'm saying.
I was going to say.
Callum Scott's probably like, why is my song being played 18 billion times in Philadelphia? Because he's not a There's just a guess. I'm guessing Callum Scott is not a baseball fan.
He doesn't get.
Just a little bit of a guess there.
He's British.
So
you don't know a damn thing about it.
Oh wait, you know what? Jim Murphy played baseball for the Chicago Cubs. He might be a sports fan.
He probably knows them.
Yeah. He coached with the Rangers.
Jim Murphy.
All right,
Get him a ring.
He's a sports guy. You know what? He's better than Callum Scott. Jim Murphy and the Excellence book, greater than Callum Scott, Dancing on My Own. We all in agreement here?
Yes.
Sure.
I never want to hear that damn song again.
It is time now for the Kincade
DJ
Salciunas
AAA's favorite.
E3, presented by Von C. Brewing Company.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So first, let's just get probably the biggest thing that we should celebrate other than just the win itself. That defense from week 6, post-bye week, from week 6 until the end of the season, and now this playoff game against the Green Bay Packers, there's been a couple of blips of bad moments. Blip in the fourth quarter against the Commanders when the offense, by the way, could not score as many touchdowns that they needed to score. The Eagles defense forced 5 turnovers in that game, and they couldn't win. You can only keep a team down for so long. But the Eagles defense, John, since week 6, there's a reason why they're the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL. They've been spectacular.
Somehow Hurts is going to take all the bullets. First of all, Jordan Love, he has severely regressed. He's reckless with the football, stupid throws. C.J. Stroud betting on him for turnovers in a game is an easy proposition. Baker Mayfield fumbles away the game last night. Let's regard Jalen Hurts for one thing, too. The idea that he protected the football.
Yeah, you're right. Hurts is going to get more heat than Justin Herbert.
I guarantee he will. Justin Herbert was an absolute clown show the other day. So when you look at Jalen Hurts under any scrutiny, look at the fact that Jalen Hurts protects the football. I'll take that. I will take that above all things, is that we're not giving the ball away.
Right. Look, he needs to play better.
Yes, he does.
That can also be true.
All things are true. All things are true right there.
13 of 21, 131 yards, 2 touchdowns. And I know somebody might say, well, that's kind of what it's been like. They've been running the football. He's been a game manager. He's been efficient. Well, yesterday he wasn't efficient.
No, he wasn't.
Early on, his first drive, the touchdown pass to Jahan Dotson, the second drive where he's completing passes, I started thinking, all right, there is no rust. He's finding these receivers left and right. And then he just went through a long period of time where he wasn't getting a completion.
How about 2 quarters without a completion? An NFL quarterback with Saquon Barkley, these receivers, and that offensive line, which, by the way, the offensive line's not getting off the hook, at least for me. They did not have a good game. I'm tired of hearing that spin. Everybody just assumes the offensive line's great. No, they weren't yesterday.
Well, that first play for Dotson,
they were not.
7 seconds.
That was
great.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
That is more the anomaly yesterday than it was what was the norm. They were not having a great day. How do you go 2 quarters of a game without having a completion? And I don't put that before everybody thinks it's just piling on Jalen. I don't put it all on Jalen. I put it on offensive line. I put it on Kellen Moore.
Yep.
I put it on easy throws. And even the quick throws, like the Dallas Goedert touchdown. That was a quick throw. They had to get it. He audibles.
He checked
at
into
the
it.
line.
Great play.
And then he almost throws it right past him. Goddard saves his ass on that one. That was a great catch by Goddard.
Now, part of that could have been the rust factor that people were worried about.
And it could be, and it could be something that, as far as rust, that people underestimated. Overall, I'm not sounding the alarm, but I'm absolutely disappointed.
I got to tell you guys, I was very underwhelmed with the game plan from Kellen Moore. And we talked a lot about this last week and the past couple of weeks. How were the Eagles going to unveil their offense with Jalen Hurts after that 3-week layoff? And I thought that they were going to be conservative because I hadn't seen the innovation, the creativity from Kellen Moore, the advanced route concepts, the motion. And so it goes hand in hand. I don't think that the play calling did Jalen Hurts any favors. So when you're looking at the offense as a whole, I think if you're objectively looking at it, the offensive coordinator needs to be a lot better as well. They would get smoked if they played like they did yesterday against a team like the Detroit Lions.
All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by our friends at Vonsey Brewing Company. Check them out in Norristown. They got the OG Pills, which is the legendary, the Philly Lager, which won the gold medal in the World Beer Cup in 2023 for Best Lager. Walking on Clouds, love that IPA. And Johnny?
The Vienna Lager, which everyone in Norristown finds is just like going to Vienna. Check it out, VonseyBrewing.com. It's got all the German ingredients.
And by the way, thank you to Dave. I did not realize Jim Murphy, our author of Inner Excellence, passed away, unfortunately, 2 years ago.
Oh,
so
man.
May 1st of 2020.
Well, his estate is getting the money.
That's true.
So that's great news. So his maybe children or grandchildren are benefiting from it, which
That's
is
true.
awesome.
That's a great point.
That would sort of piss me off if I wrote a book, though.
If it boomed after you passed.
Yes.
That's what always happens to the great artist, man.
Yes. It's
always.
trouble.
Yeah, after you're gone, your stuff pops off.
Well, it does.
I mean, that's true. See that with music a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick, while we're celebrating things and making that money for his family, my dad's birthday today, by the way.
That's a great transition.
And he's still with us.
He is.
And we're glad that he's still with us.
Yes, he is. So, happy
Mr.
birthday.
Thomas, have
Big
a
win
good
for
day.
his birthday yesterday. So
Yeah,
he's
that's
excited.
right. Look,
Love
big
you,
birthday
Pops.
win.
Now
We
he-
appreciate that.
Does he disown his son because of Viking fan? He likes you better.
He said, don't tell Chase, my brother, but the Minnesota Vikings are not winning tonight. So he's half disowned him.
Oh, that'd be fun.
And I guess I just said that
If
over
Chase
the air.
is in pain tomorrow, that'd be great.
Vikings are losing
Does he
tonight.
text his son, hey, sorry if the Vikings lose tonight?
Oh, no, we'll trash talk him.
They say, eat
We both do.
it.
Hold this out,
Eat
bro.
it, loser.
Damn right, man.
There we go.
All right, Mike
Hey,
Missanelli's show's coming your way next.
The 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. Our friends at the AACR still need your support, as they always do. And if you have the kindness and the ability to do so, get on and make a donation today. 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
No, and I got bad info. That Jim Murphy is still alive. It was
Wait a minute.
different Jim Murphy, the author. I'm getting bad information.
Okay, that's bad information.
Congrats on being alive. This
Jim Murphy.
Yeah, congratulations.
Hey, Jim Murphy's
going
going to get the money.
He's getting a big boom.
Oh, what a
Screw
day.
his
Now, you
family.
realize on one of these books, he may make like he honestly may make like $2 a book.
Screw his family and his estate. He makes he's cashing in his own. Mike Missanelli Show with Bill Colarulo.